Let's do this again, y'all. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. They keep trying to flag my account, and there's nothing for them to flag, man. This is crazy. Let me get it back out there. Let me get it back out there. Hold on. Let me get it back out there, family. Jesus Christ, family. Jesus Christ, family. I gotta send the invites back out to the people. Let them know I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. This is insane, man. They want to take me down. They want to take me down so bad. Right when I'm chopping up game, they want to take me down. They want to knock. They don't want y'all to hear the information, family. They don't want y'all to hear information. Y'all got to get my likes back up, please. Please get my likes back up. Please get my likes back up. Please get my likes back up, family. These people are insane. They are insane. We gonna get back into it, y'all. Man, we was cooking. Wasn't we cooking? Now I gotta give y'all a rough cap of everything that y'all missed, so we can get back in the flow of things. Let's get back in the flow of things, family. This is crazy. This is crazy. So they don't want me chopping up real game on here. So I knew there was nothing for them to take me down because I didn't say anything wrong. I'm just reading from the bill. I'm just reading from the actual bill. I'm just reading from the actual bill, family. Y'all come on up in here, get my likes up. Let me play some music so we can get this likes up real quick, man. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back, family. I'm back. And we're going to get back into it. This is what they do. This is why this is an emergency meeting. This is why I said this is an emergency meeting. I'm so glad they restored my life. I'm so glad they restored my life. But this is why I said there's an emergency meeting. Because whenever you talk about truth, whenever you stand on business, whenever you have high-level conversations like this, the power that be, the AI, even the AI, they want to shut you down. They tried to shut me down for misinformation, family, but I didn't say anything that had any misinformation. I'll let y'all know I just read from the actual bill, the one big beautiful bill I just gave y'all the pros and cons to that. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong, family. So y'all do me a favor when y'all come in here. Let's get the likes back up. 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 Let's do it like this, man. Let's get the likes back up. Hold on. Y'all coming up in here. Why am I getting knocked out of this? Yeah, you know why? You know what? You know why, Vicky? It's not me doing anything. What happened is they tried to banana my account. That's what happened. So when they try to banana my account, they knock you out the room. They knock everybody out the room. They just cut it off. Right? Because I'm trying to give y'all the game. I'm trying to give y'all this high level information. And I didn't say any. They tried to ding me for misinformation, but I didn't say nothing that was misinformation. I just read from the actual bill. So what I did was what I do when they try to knock you off, I just appealed it. So you're back in the room. I didn't knock you out. I didn't knock you out. I didn't kick anybody out the room. They just try to, this is what they do to black content creators. That's number one. That's why we need our own platform. And this is what they do to people who try to talk about something real on these apps. They really don't want us. You got to understand, TikTok, they don't want you smart. They want you dumb. They want you to be entertained. They want you on here talking about, they want you on here dancing, doing these little matches that they do. They want you on here, talking about gossip. They really only want this app to be used for entertainment purposes only. They don't want you chopping up real game like I'm trying to chop up on these apps. You know, sometimes I do get discouraged, and I be like, man, I just need to go build my platform on Twitter where I can say whatever the heck I want to say to a certain extent. Even on there, they'll cut you off, but I have a whole lot more freedom over there. Who is Barbara? Are you? Do I need to remove you from the room? What the hell are you talking about? Okay. There's all kind of other rooms. I don't know. Hopefully you come in peace. But if I start seeing some crazy stuff, I'm just gonna start removing people from the room. You're speaking in a lot of French, baby. Okay. Fait un prêt, merci que me arrivion. You know, you're speaking in some French. Okay. This is an English room. Everybody's, you know, people are saying I should remove you. You know, you ready? I think maybe I will. I think I'll just remove you. How about that? Because this ain't the room for you. This ain't the room for you. Okay? So there you go. Barbara, you're gone. So that's what it is, family. If you're on this page, just realize that they do shadow ban me. You know, all kind of things happen to my page when I'm speaking so much truth. Think about it. When somebody wants to make money off you, do they want you to be smart? No. They need you to be not so smart. Not so smart that they can continue taking advantage of you and making money off of you. So that's what you got to understand. Now, TikTok, everything again is alleged and for entertainment purposes only. And I'm about to chop up some game with the family, and we about to make some speculations. We're about to go down the rabbit hole, but we're not trying to give out any misinformation of nothing. All we want to do is, you know, have our conversation. Okay? So we're going to chop up this game. We're going to go back to what we were talking about because, again, I didn't say anything wrong. I just read the pros and cons of this bill. I just read the pros and cons of this bill. Now, here's the thing. You know, here's the problem. I have a problem with the Congressional Budget Office, right? I have a problem with that, right? Because they left out some numbers. And rightfully so. I guess they could be rightfully so. Because what they didn't take, so even though this bill is going to cost $2.4 trillion, back to the bill, family, back to the bill. We got to go back to the one big, beautiful bill that Trump is talking about. I went over the pros and I went over the cons. Let me go back over the pros real quick, just run through them real quick, and I'll run through the cons, okay? The pros of the bill: extension of 2017 tax cuts, tax relief for specific groups, business incentives, increased SALT deduction cap, and defense and border security funding. Okay, that is the pro of the bill. Okay, the con of the bill: significant increase in federal deficit, reduction in social safety net programs, Medicaid, SNAP, elimination of clean energy incentives, which Elon is highly mad about, healthcare coverage challenges, and controversial social changes. Okay, if you know what those social changes are, CHIP. So if you know what CHIP is, if you don't, do your research. I don't want to go into it because they already flagged my account and knock me down. Okay, when you start speaking this game, when you start speaking this high level information, they come for you, family. That's just part of it. It is what it is. I'm not going to change. I'm going to continue standing on business. I'm going to continue speaking the truth until we get our own platform. And once we get our own platform, you going to see the uncut version. I'm really going to give it to y'all. I'm no longer going to have to speak in this TikTok friendly language. I can actually speak in plain English to the family so y'all really can get what I'm throwing down. But as long as I'm on these platforms, I have to speak in the language that they want us to speak. So it's codified. So you got to really pay attention to what I'm talking about, because everything I got to tell y'all is kind of codified, because TikTok won't allow me to just say what I want to say. You understand? They won't allow me to say what I want to say. This is their platform. I have to respect their guidelines, and that's just what it is. So I'm back. I'm back. Let's get this room back up. Let's get the likes back up. We about to get into it. Okay. I apologize for what happened earlier for them kicking people out the room. It wasn't me. I'm a you when you come over to this page. Just understand this ain't for this ain't for babies. This ain't for the kids. This is for people who are adults. This is for people who are solution oriented. I'm gonna give you nothing but solution and scholarship over here. Okay. When you come over here, we're going to give you the solutions and we're going to give you the scholarship over here to back it up. We're not going to I'm not here to fearmonger anybody, okay? I'm here to give you the hardcore facts. The truth is the truth, people. The truth is not always accepted, but the truth is still the truth. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of stuff, it's not my intention to offend anybody. But if the truth is offensive, that's not my problem. That's not a me problem. That's a you problem. Okay? If you don't like truth, there's many other rooms that'll lull you back to sleep in the matrix, and you can continue eating your steak like it's steak. You understand what I'm saying? But over here, we trying to get you up out the system. Over here, we're trying to build a system that you can come out of. So we want you to come out of the old system and we want to plug you into the new system, which is the real system. So, but we understand that, hey, why would you want to come out of a system to no system? Who wants to do that? Who wants to come out of a system into a no system situation? No, we're going to build a system that you can come to, that you can move over into and operate in. That's actually the real system. So that's what we're about over here. We're about building a system for the people that they can go to, because you got to come out. The old system is rigged, y'all. Y'all know that. You're never gonna listen to me. I gave y'all the game on the billionaire, millionaire, thousandaires. Okay, I gave y'all the game on that. Okay, you got to understand that you're always going to be sitting at somebody else. Somebody owns that table. You think you own your house, but you don't. You think you have freedom, but you really don't. You think you're free. I'm here to tell you that if you're in that sharecroppers are slaves too. And a lot of y'all are sharecroppers. Okay? I don't know any of y'all that ain't sharecroppers. Unless you're a billionaire, you're a sharecropper. Even if you're a millionaire, you're a sharecropper. You're just overpaid. You're an overpaid sharecropper. Okay, you got the delusion that you're one of them, but you're not. Because all you gotta do is cross up one of those billionaires, and they will. Man, don't cross a billionaire. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't do it. So. Let's get back into it, y'all. We got about 79 people in the room. Go ahead and tap the screen. Let's get my likes back up to 3K, y'all. Get my likes back up to 3K so we can get this thing going. So here's what that one big, beautiful bill did not add. And again, TikTok, this is for entertainment purposes only. And everything I'm saying here is allegedly, okay? So just keep that in mind. Y'all keep tapping the screen, get the likes up. So what the one big beautiful bill didn't add into play was adding the revenues of tariffs and the proposed gold card for fast-track immigration citizenship. These two things alone could offset some of the cost of the HR1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. But the impact depends on how these policies are structured and implemented, okay? So let's break down what each revenue source could mean and whether it can realistically close the $2.4 trillion deficit projected over 10 years. Think about this. This one bill is going to add a projection of $2.4 trillion to the deficit every single year for the next 10 years. $2.4 trillion deficit. That's what we got to make up. That's what Trump has to figure out. See, Trump is passing these bills. And, I'm not a Trump apologist in any shape or form. But you got to, if you think Trump is not smart, you're the ignorant one. You cannot be at the highest level that he's at and swatted as many flies as he has and still be standing. Billionaire beefing with Elon Musk, okay, and ready to cut Elon Musk off at the neck. You know, he's ready to say, okay, you want to mess with me? All your government contracts, I can just throw that in the trash real quick. You understand? You can't. He's playing the game at a high level, so let's give him some credit for that. Okay, but here's what I want you to understand. The tariffs on China, EU, and Mexico, if reimposed or expanded, could generate tens of billions of dollars annually. The tariff revenue was about $79 million in 2019. So it's not 79 million, 79 billion in 2019. 79 billion in 2019. Okay. With his tariffs going on right now, think about this. We were collecting $2 billion a day, allegedly. Allegedly, when the tariffs was popping, we were collecting $2 billion a day. So if you include the tariffs, that $2.4 trillion is not as big as you think it is. We could be getting anywhere in the range of $100 to $150 billion a year. Now, $150 billion to $2.4 trillion, that's not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money. Not a lot. It's not. $150 billion is not going to do nothing to a $2.4 trillion deficit. It's not. It's not. It's not. And we know tariffs. What do corporations do? They pass the cost of tariffs to the people. So that means higher cost of goods on new products coming into this country. So as long as you buy used products, you're okay. Goodwill might be cracking. I don't know. Everybody might start going to the Goodwill again. You know, it might be difficult to find things at the Goodwill because if you buy new, it's going to cost you. Now, if you're a billionaire, you don't care. You're living it up. You're like, lower taxes, high cost of goods. So what? I got the money. I got the gas. Let's go. Now, if you're a regular, ordinary Joe, you're like, maybe China making all my goods wasn't such a bad idea. I like cheap products and at a cheap price. Everything made in America. If you start making it here in America, which we should be buying American, by the way. We really should be buying American more than we're buying anybody. I don't care how cheap it is. We should be supporting America, not China, not Mexico, not India, not any of these countries that want to take over our manufacturing and cheap labor. We actually make good products when we make them here in America, and we have a standard. So I think it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm about to bring some people up. I just want to go through this real quick, and then we're gonna chop up some game. We're gonna chop up some game. So just sit tight, and we're gonna get into it. But here's another thing that nobody's talking about. That could really eliminate the debt. Now this is controversial. What I'm about to talk about. Hello. I'll bring you up in just a minute. We're gonna talk about it. Okay. This is another thing that's highly controversial, okay? What about the gold card? Anybody know about the gold card? The fast track to citizenship? I think Trump is charging like $5 million, right, for this gold card. So if you're part of the rich and the elite, and you're from another country, you can actually buy your way into this country. The gold card. Similar to an investor, Visa, or Advanced Skills Fast Pass, it's going to charge anywhere from, I think, $1 to $2 million to $5 million to get this gold card. That's what it's going to cost. $5 million per immigrant, so you can buy your way into this country for $5 million. Now, I'm sure that's what Trump is thinking is going to pay with the tariffs and this gold card. The gold card is the real game changer into knocking down this $2.4 trillion deficit. That gold card. Nobody's talking about that gold card. Nobody is talking about that gold card. Think about this. All Trump has to do is sell 50,000 gold cards a year, family. And the deficit is gone. Each applicant will pay $5 million for a fast track to U.S. citizenship, possibly aimed at wealthy foreign investors, innovators, tech leaders, or elite professionals. These are the people that Trump wants to attract to this country. If you're going to come to this country, he doesn't want you to be driving for Uber when you get here. Okay? He don't want you to be driving for Uber when you get here. He wants you to be already paid and be able to pay taxes into this economy. And he wants you to be able to add value and build up the U.S. That's what he wants. And this program would reassemble an ultra premium EB-5 visa or sovereign wealthy buy-in. Now let's look at some of the annual revenue. If 1,000 applicants a year sign up at $5 million, which is $5 billion, which will lead to $5 billion annually, and $50 billion over 10 years. If 10,000 applicants sign up, that'll be $50 billion annually, and $500 billion over 10 years. But here's where that $2.4 trillion deficit over 10 years that I'm telling you about is not. If I said $2.4 trillion a year, I apologize. That was the misinformation right there. Let me clear that up. It's going to be $2.4 trillion added to the deficit over a 10-year period. Okay? Here's the kicker. You get 50,000. If Trump is able, if you think Trump is not able to sell this, Trump went to the Middle East and brought back a couple billies just running up in the Middle East. He got a couple billies out of these countries. 50,000 applicants of the gold card. That's $250 billion a year. That's $2.5 trillion over 10 years. Doesn't that cover the deficit? So let's look at it. Between the tariffs and between the gold card, those two things alone pays for this one big, beautiful bill. TikTok is for entertainment purposes only, and everything I'm speaking now is allegedly because I got to go down the rabbit hole with my people. This is what the CBO left out. This is what the Congressional Budget Office left out. They're not including the tariffs, and they're not including the gold cards. And I can see why they're not including the tariffs, because we just started the tariffs. I can see why they're not including the gold card, because we just started the gold card. But if you include both of these things, which I'm assuming, that's why Trump is so confident in this bill, because he believes in his mind that he's gonna sell these gold cards like hotcakes, and they're gonna bring in X amount of dollars to pay for everything that he brought to the table. That's what I'm assuming. That's what's alleged. You know, I can't claim to know what's in his mind, but it kind of makes more sense than just adding $2.4 trillion to the deficit and then not having a way to pay for it. You see how that works? And to me, and if that's the case, that would mean Elon Musk doesn't have faith that Trump can pull it off. Now, when you're Trump and you got that narcissistic brain of his that believes nobody can do it better than him, you know, you see how, you know, that's like telling Kanye he can't rap. That's like telling Kanye he can't produce music, he can't do fashion. That's like saying, Kanye, you're only good at fashion, or you're only good at music, but you're not good at fashion. You know, you tell a billionaire what they can't do, they're going to show you that they can do it. That's just the mindset. These billionaires, they don't listen. They don't have a belief problem. If you're a billionaire, you don't have a belief problem. You really believe in yourself. If you make $1 billion, if you become a billionaire in this country, you don't have a self-esteem problem. There's no you don't have a doubting you're not doubting yourself. You got 100% belief in yourself. If you're a billionaire. So I don't think that's the problem. I think Trump believes. I think the reason why Trump has passed this one big beautiful bill that he calls one big beautiful bill is because in his mind he believes he has the means to replace the deficit. And Elon is saying, I don't think you can replace the deficit. You're lying. It's a joke. Nobody's going to buy those gold cards, and your tariffs are going to fail. I'm thinking that's what Elon must be standing on. That's the only thing I can think of. Besides him taking away the EV mandate that people want to, the incentive for people to go out and replace their gas vehicles for electric vehicles. That's the only thing I can think of. Now, here's the beautiful thing about it, family. Whether you're for the one big beautiful bill or you're against it, whether you're pro-Trump or pro-Elon in this situation, if you're a foundational black American, this is a wake-up call. This is the wake-up call, family. This is the wake-up call. We're standing at an economic crossroads, family. It's time we wake up. It's time. If there's ever been a time in history where we're looking at the dismantling of the Democratic Party and the dismantling even of the Republican Party, Trump is adding to the debt, not reducing it. Okay, man, we just showed that that's true. We just showed, family, that Trump is adding to the debt, not reducing it. But I also just showed you that in his mind, he believes he has a way to offset all that with his gold card and his tariffs. That's what he believes. He believes that it's all going to pay for itself. Now, whether you believe in Trump, that he's able to pull that off, understand this. It's not for you to believe if Trump can do it or not. Trump believes he can. Trump believes he can. Think about this, family. It doesn't make sense to bankrupt a company or a country that's made you a billionaire. You want to keep this capitalist system going for as long as you can. You don't want to bankrupt this system if you became a billionaire in this system. Now, there's some conspiracies out there. There's some conspiracies out there. And my thing is this: conspiracy is a government word, so you always want to do your due diligence and find out what the conspiracy is, because there's some truth in it. But I'm just saying, let's just use common sense now. If you made a billionaire in this system, are you trying to tear it down? Especially if you can make billions and billions, if you can continue making billions of dollars off this system, do you think you want this system to go away? No. Just doesn't make sense. Let me see what this guy's saying. If you're a billionaire, you might want to ruin the economy to buy everything. No. Everything's already. If you're a billionaire, everything's already cheap, man. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? See, that's what I'm saying, man. You people are y'all don't even think. Y'all don't even think. Do you think a billionaire is worried about money? You just heard Elon Musk said you can't buy him. You can't do anything. He says money or power doesn't mean anything. I'm already a billionaire. If I lose money, I don't care. You see, he's willing to tank 14% out of his company. He's willing to drop the. He's upsetting his board members, right? He's upset. He's willing to upset his board members that he owns. He owns those board members. He owns them. Y'all know that, right? Elon owns those board members, and they're upset with him, and they can't do nothing about it. He's willing to tank his company from wherever it's making and to drop it 14% in the market just off of a word, just off of a tweet. When you get to a billionaire status, I don't think you're worried about buying things cheap. You can buy anything you want. Everything is cheap for you. Everything. Man, let me tell you right now, your little crazy comments that you're putting in the comments, Trump and Elon can come up in there and say, here's a Billy, shut up. And what are you going to do? Shut up. They're going to, if Elon paid you a Billy right now, and he can do it, and say, shut up, and then add boy at the end, shut up, boy, you're going to shut up and take the money. See the difference? You can be bought. He cannot. You don't understand how this world really runs, sir. You really don't. You think you do. But if you can be bought, you don't understand how this world works. You don't understand how this world works. I'm trying to enlighten some of you. I'm trying to enlighten those that want to be enlightened. You know, I'm trying to help y'all out. That's what he told Congress. He said, hey man, here's a Billy, shut up. Probably did. You don't, that's what I'm saying, family. If we're not showing up to these meetings with a briefcase, we might as well shut up. We might as well, if we're not playing the game how everybody else is playing the game, we need to just shut up. There's nothing for us to say. Nothing for us to say if we're not going to play the game at a high level. It's time to play the game. The wake-up call is it's time to play the game at a high level. Things are happening. Things are moving. And let's be real. A lot of us are powerless to what's going on. We can't change anything. It's happening whether we want it to or not. So when are we going to do something about it? If there's ever been a time to start our own political party, it's now. It's right now. It's right now. Are we in the room or on the menu? That's what we got. If you're a Foundation of Black America, I want to talk to my FBA family real quick. Are you in the room or are you on the menu? All this equals is less support. All this builds to me, it reads to me, less support for my people. Are you in the room or are you on the menu? It's time that we wake up. It's time that we wake up. They're selling citizenships. There's some of us who wish we could sell our citizenship. I would never do it. I would never do it because this is my land. But there's some people who wish, hey man, maybe Trump should say allow black Americans to sell their citizenship for $5 million and let them go anywhere in the world they want with that $5 million. Good morning. Good morning. I would never do it. This is my land. I'm not going nowhere. We gonna stick it out and put in work right here. Right here. But Trump is selling them gold cards, and that's a fast track to citizenship if you got the money. That kind of sets up more dual citizenship, which is kind of scary if you think about it. Too many dual citizens in this country, man, that's dangerous. And wealthy citizens, wealthy dual citizenships in this country, meaning that they can come in and start buying up Congress members. I'm not here to fearmonger nobody. I'm just saying this is just something to think about. That's something to think about. That's something to think about. So we got to wake up, family. It's time. If we're not building, if we're not taking advantage of well, yeah, you could talk about the small hats too. You could definitely go there too. Anybody with dual citizenship in this country is dangerous, especially if they're in our politics. They should not be allowed in our politics, family. No. Think about this. Most of your tech countries or tech companies, who are running these tech companies? Are they Americans? Are they homegrown, home-fed Americans? This is the wake-up call, y'all. They're foreigners. They're foreigners. Are we really okay with that? I just told y'all about the USDA. They just caught the USDA. They caught a Chinese woman. This is for entertainment purposes only. TikTok allegedly, even though it's in print, even though it's real. I gotta say this, y'all. They just caught a Chinese, and nothing against the Chinese, by the way. Nothing against the Chinese. I'm just saying what happened. They had a Chinese lady over the USDA, and they found her trying. Yeah, there you go. I don't have to say it. Read the comment. Read the comment. Read the comment. She was a SPY. This is what happens when you have dual citizenship. This is what happens when you have too many people in our country that don't really love our country, that are from a foreign land. We don't want them. Read the comments, y'all. Thank you for helping me out, so I don't got to say it and they don't got to flag the account. Everything I'm saying is entertainment purposes only and allegedly. We don't got to do. We don't need no foreign people in powerful positions in this country. Because let me tell you right now, I can't go over to Kenya and be a barber. You know why? Because they already got barbers in Kenya. If I'm gonna come over, I need to be doing something unique and bringing something that nobody else can do. I need to be bringing something that nobody else can do to add value to that country. Not taking away a position that anybody can do in their country. That's what I'm saying. We don't need more Uber drivers, people. We got people in America that can become Uber drivers. So why would we want people who come over here and take Uber positions away from everyday or ordinary Americans, DoorDash or whatever, Amazon workers? So you're gonna come all the way over from wherever you came from over here to work at Amazon? That don't make no sense. Any American can work at Amazon. So why would we want foreign people working at Amazon? Why are we allowing all these foreign people to become CEOs? Like an American can't be CEO of a tech company in America? An American can't be a CEO over a healthcare industry? You mean to tell me there was not a qualified American that could be running the USDA? Think about that. Think about that, family. What is it that we think we need? Listen. They just did a crackdown in India about all the scam degrees that they got. They all say they come from this MBU college university in India. And they just found out most of those degrees are scams. Same, shout out, not to denigrate Indians, but same thing with Nigeria. Not to denigrate Nigeria either, but a lot of those degrees that they say they have over there are scam degrees. Y'all seen what happened to all those nurses and those doctors that are Nigerian that are working in this country? A lot of those degrees, they did a sting on that and found out a lot of those degrees were scams. They weren't even real. They were practicing really without getting the proper license here. Who cares what they were in their own country? There's certain checks and balances and things we got to know when you come here that you got to follow and adhere to. Just keep it a buck. So this is a wake-up call, family. This is a wake-up call, family. We need to demand specific carve-outs in federal legislation for us. We need to push for constructive trust policies tied to historical wealth theft. We need to launch an FBA investment fund to benefit from new economic realities. We need to reclaim our sovereignty through organized power. I need all of y'all to support the FBA coin because that's our coin. That's our money. That's our cryptocurrency. When people say, you don't got your own currency. Yeah, we do. It's just on the blockchain where nobody can destroy it. Your little paper dollar with your little puppet leader on it, that don't mean nothing to us. We got our own cryptocurrency coin. Y'all go check out fbacoin.org. We have our own minted coin already. 2025. March. Came out March 2025, y'all. We have our own minted coin. Check it out. fbacoin.org. Go check it out. This is a wake-up call, family. If you're not building right now, you could be buried later. If we don't take advantage of the things that Trump are doing, and I'm not saying everything is good, I'm just saying right now it's not really affecting our community, and we need to take advantage of that. We need to take advantage of that. Right now, he hasn't put anything in policy that's going to hurt foundational Black Americans. We need to take advantage of that. Right now, We need to be focusing on starting our own political party so we can start moving and voting as a block and bring real power to our vote, put real power behind our vote. We need to be supporting the FBA coin, so when it comes time for election again, we may miss the primaries, but we can be ready for a national scale in just 4 years if we all support the coin, our own cryptocurrency coin that's already minted, it's already here. It's not a meme coin. It's a phenomenal coin. If y'all go check that out, you will know. If you do your due diligence, you would know. Go to fbacoin.org, fbacoin.org, and check it out. We could be ready to lobby by 2028. We could be ready to show up to these politicians with briefcase in hand and say, we want this policy. Man, I'm not from Ghana, brother. I'm a foundational black American, brother. There's no immigrant in my family. There's no immigrant in my family, brother. I'm 100% American born, American soil. 100%. No immigrant in my family, ever. Going back 5, 4, 5, 1,000. No immigrant in my family. I'm an American. I've done my genealogy. I've done my DNA. I'm from here. I'm not from anywhere but here. Yeah, and that's the playbook they're running. That's the playbook that they're going to run. And we're okay with that. We know that. Why wouldn't they want to do that? Of course because that's how they're going to keep their power. They're going to keep bringing in other groups and say, you're white, you're white. Middle Easterns, you're white. Hispanics, you're YT. Irish, Polish, German, Italian, you're all YT. I'm not African, brother. I'm not African. I'm not African. Don't do that. Don't do that. Black is not exclusive to Africa, sir. Don't do that. It's time. If you don't know, it's time that you educate yourself and read a book. It's time that you understand there are different groups of black people, and it's not all African descent. It's not that I'm one of those, brother. It's just that that's what it is. Do your research. Don't be ignorant. Don't be ignorant. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Don't be ignorant. There's an equator for a reason. The equator just doesn't. The equator is not just in Africa, sir. Just so you know. If we want to believe that black people are, because of the sun, and the sun makes us our skin color, blah 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 blah. Listen, brother. There's an equator. Goes all through this, all around the globe. If you believe in the globe, it's the equator. I'm black, but that don't mean I'm African. If you're indigenous to any land here in the world, you have to be black. There's no YT. YT people weren't even. Let me tell you, even the Romans weren't YT. If you want to, if you really do your research and understand, they weren't. They were just lighter skin, but they weren't YT. Let's just keep it. I'm just gonna educate you real quick, man. I gotta educate y'all, man. You can't be ignorant anymore. You can't believe the propaganda and witchcraft they've been throwing down for 100 years. You cannot. If you're 7 to 8% of the world population, you're new. Where did all these black people come? These melanated people come from? If we're 80 to 90% of the world, where did we come from? Don't be ignorant. There are many ethnic groups in the black genre, if you want to call it that, the melanated genre. And I'm not African. You're not going to throw me under the bus and say I'm Africa because you look at 1 billion people on that continent. I'm a foundational black American. My family and my roots come here. I can go back in my genealogy and I will not find one African that I'm related to. There's not one living African ancestor I can point to. All my ancestors, all my relatives come from here. This continent, this country, here. Now back to what I was saying though. We got to start our own. We got to start our own, man. It's time. If there's ever been a time where most Americans are in the middle, most Americans are walking away from the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, and they're saying they're using their common sense. If there's ever been a time where the propaganda and witchcraft is at its weakest point, it's now. Whether you like Trump or not, Trump has been able to topple the system single-handedly. If Trump never would have said fake news, you would have never came out of the propaganda and witchcraft that you were under. If Trump would have never said fake news, you would have never woke up from the witchcraft and propaganda that you were under, being controlled by the mainstream media. You would still be believing everything they put on the news. But because Trump said it, I don't know. I don't know why. People just believed it. Black people been telling y'all for years. Man, the news is lying about us. The news is lying. We've been telling y'all. But it took Trump to say it for y'all to believe it. Trump came in as a Democrat and ran as a Republican and won. And then he told you he was going to do it. He told you what he was going to do, and then he did it. He's not even a real Republican, and Republicans know that. All I'm saying is, if there's ever been a time for us to wait, listen, we got to build or be buried, family. We got a window of opportunity. A window of opportunity right now. We have a window of opportunity right now to build. Why nobody's focusing on us, why nobody's paying attention to us, why everybody is, worried about, they're distracted by many things. We have an opportunity right now. We have an opportunity right now to build something for us. We have opportunity to come out of the system that eventually is going to fail. We have an opportunity right now to come out of this system and start building a new system. So for when this system doesn't exist anymore, we got this. And let's say this system still does exist. We have another one that benefits us. It's never going to be fair we're never going to get fair treatment in their playground. But if we build our own playground with our own rules, that's where we're going to get justice. That's where we're going to get fairness. That's where we're going to get equity. Coming out of this system, building a new system, and thriving. I keep telling y'all, go back and watch the movie Total Recall. And watch it with your third eye and understand that that movie is about foundational black Americans waking up, finding out the truth of who they really are, the power they have within, and the government agencies trying to put them back to sleep or unalive them. And the new system is Mars, right? The new frontier is Mars. What does Mars represent? Mars represents the blockchain technology. Remember this secret technology that they were trying to unleash and let go? Remember in the first, I'm not talking about the new Total Recall. They kind of cut it out in the new Total Recall, right? They didn't really want you to know the full game in the new. But if you go back to the old Total Recall with Arnold Schwarzenegger, they show you that alien technology. That alien technology in this instance is the blockchain technology. Nobody knows where this blockchain technology comes from. They just know we have it now. And here's what I'm going to tell you. Blockchain technology has always been here. We just found it again. It's an ancient technology. It's been around since the pyramids. The blockchain technology has been around since the pyramids. You understand me? We just now got a hold of it. We just now found out about it. And if it wasn't real, I just want y'all to understand, if the blockchain technology wasn't real, why is BlackRock, why are all these banking institutions trying now to switch over to the blockchain? Why are they creating a stable coin? Why are they purchasing and why is cryptocurrency heavily in these major hedge funds and financial institutions portfolio if it wasn't real? If you don't know about blockchain technology, you're missing out. You're behind the curve. If you don't understand what blockchain technology is, you're missing out. You're missing out. You're behind the curve. It's time that you understand what the new. It's time that you understand. Listen, when there are people out here. There are people who will tell you that. That's why y'all need to come on Tuesday. On Tuesday, we're going to talk about the quantum financial system, and we're going to talk about the Murray math trading system on Tuesday. If you don't want to miss, I'm telling you right now, you don't want to miss my live on Tuesday. On Tuesday, I'm talking with the owner of the Murray math trading system. If you don't know what it is, Google it. Understand that it's already embedded in your AI. Understand that all this software that talks about they can predict stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and crypto, they're using the Murray math trading system, and you want to know about it, and you want to get it firsthand. And I'm almost positive, I can't say this for sure, but the people who show up, you're going to get access to this software for free. I can't say it for sure, but from what I've been hearing and from what the guy was telling me, that he'll give this to you for free. Now we're going to verify this on Tuesday. We're going to verify this on Tuesday, but you can get a hold of this software, this Murray math trading system that actually works. You probably get it for free. It's going to be a 4 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. So whether you're on the East Coast, it's going to be 7 a.m. Hold on, I apologize. Let me take that back. I apologize. Tuesday is my day off, so I'll be starting a little I'll be starting a little later. So 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday. Let me not lie to you. On Tuesday, the podcast is going to start a little later. It's going to start at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. You want to be there. You want to be there. I'm interviewing. Matter of fact, I might just do Tuesdays. I'm just going to start interviewing high-level people. I'm going to try to bring some scholarship. Listen, I know some millionaires. I know a billionaire. I'll say it like that. And if I can get people like that on the podcast to start talking to you, not necessarily talking to you about money. I mean, that's always good too. But I want y'all to understand the mindset of people who are in this world. I want them to bring that social. Hold on, damn, this thing is. Let me do this little puzzle they want me to do real quick. I want you guys to understand the mindset of a millionaire and the mindset of a billionaire, so you could understand and how they look at the world versus how you look at the world. The lenses are different. The lenses are different. The lenses are different. A billionaire looks at the world totally different than a millionaire. A millionaire looks at the world totally different from a thousandaire. A thousandaire looks at the world totally different from the regular 9-to-5 job uh, $30,000 a year working guy. If you ever want to know the mindset of these people, this is how you increase your income. The fastest way to increase your income is to increase your mindset, increase your belief. The stronger your belief is, the stronger ties to money, power, and success. If you have a low mindset, I don't care if you inherited a lot of money. If you have a low mindset and a lot of money, you're just going to end up broke. If you have a high mindset with no money, it's just going to be a matter of time before you attract money and you become successful. So understand that a lot of you think it's all about working hard, and that's part of it. But mindset is the most important part of that. The mindset, the higher belief in self, that's what attracts the wealth. Oh, that kind of rhymed, don't it? The higher belief in self, that's what attracts the wealth. It's just a matter of time. But yeah, Tuesday you guys want to come in on that, and we're gonna chop up some good game with that. We're gonna chop up some real good game. We're gonna chop up some real good game, man. So I already got the confirmation. At first, I didn't know if he was gonna show up or not, the Murray Math trading system guy. But the guy told me, yeah, man. He talked to him on the phone. He'll be there Tuesday. We're trying to get his TikTok up. So when he shows up, I want y'all to make sure y'all follow his TikTok, but we're trying to get his TikTok up right now so he can hop on live, because you know how TikTok has the rules. You gotta have so many followers before you can do participate in online panels. So this guy's 80 something years old. 80 something years old. You think he cares about TikTok? I don't think so. And I want to say he's a billionaire, so I don't think, I want to say he's a billionaire. So I don't think he's worried about TikTok, y'all. So we're going to get him a TikTok account. And I think they're helping him get followers right now. And he's going to come online here on Tuesday. And we're going to chop up some good game. We're going to have him for however long he wants to be here. But we're going to at least try to hold him for 2 hours. Oh, it's going down. It's going down. It's going down. Listen, man. When y'all come over here, listen. I know this channel. Listen, I don't got 100,000 followers. I should. The game I spit over here. Oh, I should. But for my little small account, we do some things over here. We make a difference over here, right? For my little 20,000 something people account, I give y'all the business over here. It's only a matter of time before I get to 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. It's only a matter of time. But for my little rinky-dink account over here, my little boutique, it goes down. So those who are blessed to find this channel and come in, man, consider yourself blessed, man. You're part of the early addition to this, because it's only gonna get better from here. I'm only bringing high level and scholarship to the channel, man. I'm only bringing high intellect here. It's only going down in a major way. So y'all keep coming back and keep soaking up this game. But if anybody want to come up and chop it up, y'all can come up. I just had to set the stage real quick. Let me bring out my boy cousin. One Nation Under God, she was here the other day. Let me try to bring her up. Bring up some people up here. And let's chop it up, man. But we got to come with some high level stuff here, man. For this little small account, I'm giving y'all everything I got. I'm not holding anything back. I'm not holding anything back. All right, you can come on up here. Step up.
Hey, how you doing? I
I'm
really
doing good. How
live.
you doing, sister?
Good. I just want to ask a question, then you could drop me. I
Okay.
wanted to know, I was here right when you were talking about the big beautiful wake up call, or the beautiful bill. I didn't hear about it, so I was hoping you would repeat what it was.
Okay. I'll run through it real quick, just real quick. My first live got taken down. Like that's anything new over here. I had to appeal. I had to come back. So I explained it all in my first live. So let me just
Okay.
go,
If
let me
do you want me to look it up if you can't
no.
mention it again?
I gotta post it. So it's until I post it, you won't be able to look it up. They don't automatically post the live. I have to post the live and post the highlights. And I'm actually behind. I still got a live that I did on last Tuesday with one of the West Coast pioneers of hip hop, and I still haven't posted that yet on my YouTube or on this page. So I'm gonna catch up. I gotta just use one of my day off. But
No, no. I meant, do you want me to just go look up the bill? If it's controversial, I'll just
well,
go look
yeah,
up the
yeah.
bill on
So the
Google.
bill, the best way to do it. And this is what I tell people to do. Okay,
Mhm.
if you want to look up the bill, plug it into AI.
Okay.
If you have Google Note or ChatGPT or Lumina or
I have
Gemini,
Gemini. Yeah.
if you have Gemini, all you gotta do is put the link of the bill into there, and all you gotta do is say, "What is the pros and cons? Give me the pros and cons of this bill HR one
Oh,
big
oh.
beautiful bill act," and
So
it'll
I
break
didn't
it
get
down
that
for
one.
you.
So it's called
HR one
HR1 Beautiful Bill.
one big beautiful bill act,
Oh. Okay. Got it.
and it's
Okay,
gonna
I'll
break
do
it
that.
down. But I'll run through real quick just some of the highlight points. The pros of this bill is the extension of 2017 tax cuts, tax relief for specific groups. That's talking about the overtime and all that stuff like that. Business incentives, increased SALT deduction cap, and defense and border security funding. Those are the pros. The cons are significant increase in federal deficit, around 2.44 trillion dollars over 10 years. Reduction in Social Security safety net programs, Medicaid, SNAP. Elimination of clean energy incentives, healthcare coverage challenges, and controversial social policy changes.
Okay. So would this happen to be what the argument between Trump and Elon is about? So
That's what they're
then
saying. Yeah,
so
yeah,
then there's the cons that Elon is upset about then. So
yeah.
that's what I'm trying to figure
Elon's
out.
going to be upset because they're taking away the clean energy thing, where
Okay.
you're getting all these tax credits for buying these. The incentive to buy an electric vehicle is now gone.
Okay, so I can figure that out because he works closely with China. So I always thought he was in the bed with China. So I just didn't know what it was about. I'm starting to listen to TikTok now more than the news. So that's
Man,
kind of crazy.
Man, TikTok is bringing some scholarship over now. Now, I won't
Yes,
listen to
they
everybody on
are.
TikTok. I won't listen to, there's a lot of kooky people out there on this TikTok street. They say some crazy things. Like, I don't know who told Ginger that they were black. I don't know who told them that. But they ran with that.
Ginger.
Sister, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
yeah.
I'm sorry to ask this, but you said you. How long have you been watching the news?
Come
I
on.
I fall asleep watching the news. I used to watch the news 24/7. Even when I'm working, I would have the news on, but I find myself not turning on the news, so I'm
Yeah,
missing a
we don't
lot.
watch the news over here. We plug into the grassroots. Tell them what you need
Yeah.
to be plugged
I well,
into.
I have started doing that the last few months, so I'm
So
missing.
you're familiar with the new black media?
I think I heard you speak of that before, but I didn't plug in yet.
Man, get your
Okay, well, you
notebooks
have to
out
get
and
down with
write
Professor
this
Black
down.
Truth, the Black Authority, Vicky Dillard, Tariq Nasheed, Torian Rain, Afro Elite, and a host of other brothers and sisters out there. And oh yeah, let me not forget Philip Scott too, because that boy be hitting them and hitting them hard. Now, I'm not. Well, as too much. No, I told him before. I am not a Trump fan. Okay, but he has until a law goes that he puts down that affects my community. I'm not going to. I'm not giving him any praise. I'll say it like that. He's just out there operating right now. I don't care what he does. Okay, because the simple fact of the matter is, if the Democrats really wanted to do something, they would have done it much earlier. But they keep trying to play foundational black Americans, a black community, like we're stupid. Like we just don't see these things. We just don't know what's going on. If only. See, I've been watching politics for over 40 years. And like you, I used to watch the media all the time. And then I started seeing or realizing, I guess I can say it like this. I was always putting my blackness aside for the betterment of the party. But I never saw the party put itself aside for my blackness and to help my black community.
Mm.
And it doesn't matter if it's a Republican or a Democrat or an independent. If anytime they're asking me to set my blackness aside for the betterment of something else, I can only tell you no. Because I've done that. I've watched this system. I've been watching politics since Nixon.
Mm.
Okay? And
Well,
I've
that's what
seen
I
what these
really
people have done to our community.
That's what I really like about what the host said, and then I'll jump back out, is it is time for us to go to Democrat or Republican with our demands. I think we've asked long enough and we have the
They know what
voting
our
power.
demands are, sister. They
I'm
know
sorry.
what they know what our demands are already. This is why you get President Joe Biden saying publicly it is the Democrat Party platform's position that they do not support reparations. Now, when the
We need
president
to
says
go
that,
from
that
somewhere else.
trickles downstream. And now, if that came from the president, you can't tell me if senators are going to say, no, no, no. You can't tell me the congressmen are suddenly going to say, no, no, no. They're going to fall in line with that. And I have no problem. If that's the line you want to fall in behind, great. Just know you lost me. 100% you lost me.
So I think what the host is suggesting is we need to come with the badge, or I don't know if you can explain that, what you meant,
So
but
this
you
is what I
can.
meant. We got to play the game. Everybody's been playing the game that we have not been playing. We've been playing this merit game. We've been playing this. Uh, um, Hold on, you got a lot of background noise going on, man. We gotta mute that up. We've been playing this game that we shall overcome, and we're gonna march, and we're gonna make a difference that way. We're gonna vote, and that's gonna change things. Everybody else been playing the game is let me just buy a politician. Let me just show up to the meeting room with my suitcase and briefcase in hand, and let's make a deal.
Y'all
Exactly.
remember how Schoolhouse Rock used to be? Remember, I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill. See,
Yeah.
none of that applies today. None of that applies today. What you learned from Schoolhouse Rock, they have circumvented every aspect of that
Anyway,
form of governance in this body.
Well, we need
You're
to
going to
make a
go through a
name
process, and
for
all I got to do is
ourselves.
buy a congressman? Are you kidding me?
that's the game, people. There's the game they try to teach you in school, which doesn't prepare you for the real world. There's test world, and then there's real world. Test world never applies in real world, and real world never applies in test world. But all they're going to teach you in school is test world theories. See, if you want to learn business, you don't learn business in school, family. I don't care what type of MBA. I'll run circles around anybody with an MBA. If you're depending on your MBA and think you're going to outsmart me in business, who has the experience, who's been around these people, who knows how to do business, you are mistaken. I'm gonna do on Monday. Y'all come in on Monday because I'm gonna tell you why people with degrees are not millionaires. I'm gonna break it down for y'all on Monday. I'm gonna take it
Ooh,
Sunday.
I want to come to that one and Tuesday.
Monday it's going because I gotta set y'all up for Tuesday. I gotta set y'all up for Tuesday. But people with degrees are not millionaires. Family, millionaires and billionaires don't have degrees per se because they're operating outside of test world and they're operating in the real world.
But I love
Just
it because
remember
my
one thing.
husband is in that
Jared Kushner,
field.
just let me say this. Just remember one thing. Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, was a millionaire in junior high. His father handed him a multi-million-dollar business in junior high.
Real estate.
No, I don't care what it was. You got a multi-million-dollar business when you were 12, 13, and 14 years old.
All I'm gonna tell y'all, family, you don't want to miss Monday, and you definitely don't want to miss Tuesday. I'm gonna break it down because everything has to do with mindset in the beginning, and everything starts with the mindset. The mindset they give you in school is not the mindset that's going to make you a million. The mindset that got you that degree is not the mindset that's going to make you that million. I'm sorry. They need people to work the field, and they decided I'm only going to train you to work the field.
Yep.
They need people to wipe boo boo, and they decided they're not going to wipe their own boo boo. It's going to be you, and they're only going to train you for that. So if you want
It
to
is
if you
true.
want to be a business owner and you want to really make some serious money, you cannot think like 100,000. There's a pecking order. There's a system. Billionaires own the table. Billionaires own the board. Millionaires work for the billionaires, and the 100,000 are the henchmen to the millionaires. Think of it, the Italian mafia, how it's set up. There are made men; those are the millionaires, but the bosses are always the billionaires. And then everybody else are just henchmen. You're trying to become a made man.
Never forget,
You're a, you're a
somebody had to
thug.
pay Shaq.
You're a henchman. You're whatever. Trying to work your way into the graces of those millionaires.
Now,
That's
what
the way
does
to
that
do
mean? Somebody had to pay Shaq. I don't get that one.
it. Say that again.
Shaquille O'Neal is a very wealthy man.
Right?
Has made extreme wealth since he's come out of college. But somebody was paying him that extreme wealth.
He earned it.
Who? It's not about what he's earned. The point is, yes, he earned it, but still somebody forked up those dollars for him.
Listen.
Was it the other way around? He
It's not difficult
performed
to
and
buy
they got
talent.
paid.
It's not
This
difficult to buy talented people. That's what they specialize in. They don't see a millionaire doesn't have to be the see. Henry Ford said it like this. Henry Ford said, "I'm the smartest person in the room, and I can prove it. Ask me any question you want to ask me, and I will find the solution." And they put Henry Ford to the test. And you know what he did? He made a phone call to one of the guys that was working in his factory, and he said, "What's the answer to this question?" And the guy gave him the answer to the question. He said, "See, I'm the smartest person in the room. I know I don't know everything, but I got the money to get the answer."
It's just weird how the billionaires, like he was describing, they do make more money than the ones really doing the hard work. I think that's kind of backwards, but I'm just glad we don't have to work for free anymore.
If you think about it, it's not backwards.
No. I think it is.
It's
Why would
not.
they?
it's
Why
been
would
running
the
the same way
owner
since the very. It's been running the
and the
same
Think
system
about it.
producer
since its
making
inception,
more
dear.
Work
than the
hard and
person
become
doing
a.
the
If you
work?
could work hard and become a billionaire, what's stopping the next person from working hard and becoming a billionaire?
No, no, but what I'm saying is nobody's working harder than Shaq. Nobody's working harder than the performers, but it always seems to be mostly these YT people that are producing them or sponsoring them to perform hard labor are the billionaires minus the hard work that these people put in. I am happy these brothers is making that money.
There's two types of hard work. There's two types of hard work. There's the laborer's hard work, where you wake up 4 in the morning and you just go take that pick and axe and you just keep hitting at that rock until it busts. And then there's the person that paid you to go do it because you needed that motivation. Then there's the person that had a grand scheme, and the reason why you're cracking open that rock is because we need to pave a road.
And they're scouters.
Well, we call them
They
runners. Yeah,
scout talent.
yeah. And
Well,
that's it.
America's been robbing other nations of their talent again for the longest period of time.
Mm-hmm.
If I make it so that your homeland is untenable, and you bring your education or your intelligence over here, and I hone your education, you're more than likely to stay here and give me the use of that knowledge and education rather than taking it back home. That's what America's system has been. The idea now is he's not letting them even come in to get the education anymore. That seems to be part of his system now. That you can't come in and get the education, or if you do, you are going to have to take it back to your homeland and build up your nation's infrastructure. Now, my issue with this is that most of the times that that's happened, America as a country has had a significant hand in undermining their homeland in some way, shape, form, or fashion.
Here's the thing. I don't even think it's that, cousin. It's because here's the thing that America's been benefiting off of. They are attracting the brilliant minds from all around the world. So what does that mean? If everybody wants to work for my company because I pay more and I have a better system than you, why would you go back to your company and build that up? You're going to come over here and build up America because America has everything you want. So that's why nobody ever goes back home and build up their homeland, because their homeland is never going to be like America. And they know that. So if my job is to take the most brilliant mind out of all the people, it hinders what? Competition in that country. It takes away, listen, if I attract if I got the all-star team, how are you ever going to beat me? If Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell, Pistol Pete, if all of them come over here and play for me, look at our Olympics. The moment we start putting professional basketball players, the moment we assembled our dream team, it's almost a guaranteed win. And we got and think about the dream team is not just full of Americans. It got some international people on the team now. So now we got people from your country playing with the American flag on, going out to whoop your country. That's the difference right there.
And I think that's the big problem.
That is the big problem also. That is the big problem.
Because they don't, some people, just again from my experience and from what I'm seeing, they come here as a Trojan horse. They're not interested in building our country. They're not interested in helping. They're interested in infiltrating and taking over. We see that a lot. I mean, we've seen people burn the flags. We've seen people, they have absolutely no desire to assimilate. Some people come over from certain countries. They bring half their family with them. What is that? Why isn't it just the person with the talent? Because they want to turn this country into their country. They're not interested in building America. They're interested in building their country in America.
Correct.
That's a problem.
And that's what Trump is, and that's why Trump is saying, if you hate America, he's getting
stay home.
You got to
Thank
go.
you.
He's getting you
You ain't got to go home, but you got to get out of here.
Hell out of here.
Trump is saying, if you're over here waving your flag and you got more pride in that flag in this country, you got to
screaming death to America. You got to go. Like you're on our soil. That's some sick stuff. And too much. I was on his live yesterday. He knows I lived abroad. I'm not going to bring up the name of that country because that's when your live got taken down when we started saying that country's name. But I lived in a communist country for 3 years. And I can assure you, they don't let anyone have a piece of their land. You can't even start a business over there unless you have a native from that country as 51% owner of your business. And then people from that country come here and own our lands. They send in their spies to our schools. Trump is shutting this down because, first of all, he knows what's happening, and again, I can't say too much because I don't want to get his live taken down. It sounds like it already went down this morning, from what you said earlier. But
Agreed.
I will say this: you saw he just banned travel from 12 countries, right?
Oh yeah.
And people were saying, well, we don't really understand why. Well, okay, get it together. This man has intel that we don't have. And then I'm going to tell you one other thing about that country I used to live in. They are some of the biggest fabricators of lies and fake anything you can get. I knew a boy there who had a fake passport and a fake birth certificate so he could get into a school in another country because they were not accepting students from that communist country I was living in. So they paid 30,000 US dollars. The family was very rich. They paid 30,000 US dollars to have a fake birth certificate and passport made for their son. So when he's shutting the doors to some of these other countries, he might be shutting them because he knows that these little spies are going anywhere they can to get in.
Mm. Well, that protects us. Yep.
So yeah, man, it's a lot going on, man. A lot of these, like I said, man. Like if you have hate for America, Trump is getting you about the pain. So I don't feel bad about people being deported or visas getting taken back because if you're over here to learn, that's what you need to be doing anyway. Not to be participating in our politics, not to be marching in the streets, not to be doing none of that. Go to your school. If you're over here on an H-1B1 visa, whatever, do that and then take those skills back to your homeland. Don't
To
stick
their
around
country. Yeah.
here. Don't
Or
stick
just
around
don't come here at all. Just stay out. You know, if I was Trump, after what we saw with the open borders and
here. Thank you.
everything that happened in the last 4 years, I feel like we're in healing mode and regrowth mode. You know, whenever people go through a process where they have to heal and regrow, they usually stop all activity. For me, I think he should shut the doors to everyone temporarily until we rebuild completely strong and have things in place because it's just too many people who came in under the guise of something else. So how do
Well,
you
what do you
know
think
still
about the Afrikaners that he brought?
he brought now from what I've seen in the media, and I mean we're all a victim to what the media says, right? So it sounds like they were being slaughtered, like it was a genocide. That was a lie? What about all the little white
Yes, that was a
crosses along
lie.
the road?
Those are mixtures of black and white. Yeah,
Okay.
Yes,
yeah,
there.
they
That
don't
that
want
was a
to tell you.
lie.
But you see, you got to go there. See, man, let me tell you something, man.
Oh,
Ain't
I
no
definitely haven't gone there.
if you go to South Africa, ain't none of them people, ain't none of them YT people being. Let's keep it real, man. They're
They're
living
not
good.
being unalived. It's all
That's
that's a
why.
Did he
PR
bring
scam.
That's why we only got 50 of them. That's why only 50
mm,
broke South African Berbers came over here.
No, it was
And
I'm
one
more.
of
They
them,
Boers,
that
there
came
one
Boers. I'm
over.
sorry,
one
Hold
of
Boers.
those
on.
they just
couples,
had,
the
they
husband has already unalived his wife.
yeah,
One
that
Out
of
was
them
here.
here in the
already.
US?
Yeah,
That
one
was
of them
here
Yeah,
in,
already
as soon as they,
unalived his
yeah,
wife with
he's
and the
already
child.
unalived his wife.
in
Yeah, and
You're
the
Virginia,
child
kidding
over here
me.
already.
What?
and they just had another. They just actually brought another group over on a commercial flight. So they have a initiative to bring over 2.4 million white South Africans in the next
And let
between
me
now.
tell, and let me tell you who's going to be
Oh,
mad
what?
about that.
YT coming, people.
YT Americans are not going to accept these South Africans, those Boers.
Oh, yeah,
It's
now
going
they
to
could get
be
a
a
taste of our
it's
medicine.
going to be a big old. They're gonna delineate. Let me just say that
They're gonna
they're
be
gonna
fighting.
delineate real
Yeah,
quick.
that's what I think.
Well,
Those
maybe
South
now they know how
African
we felt
Boers,
when they brought all those Haitians over.
yeah, those South African Boers, they already told you, we don't want to learn English.
Oh, they said
Oh
that?
What?
yeah, we don't want to learn English. We don't
So
care
what do
to
you call
learn.
them?
We don't
Boers?
care to assimilate. We just want to be left alone. And let me tell you, them white, oh, don't put them in the South.
Ukrainians did the same thing. That's
Oh,
why.
this is gonna
Don't
That's
put
be
them in the South. Don't
perfect.
put them in the Midwest because
that's
This
why
they
they're
is,
they
not.
not coming to our community, so we don't got to
They're,
worry about that.
they
But
did the
but they're
same
gonna be
thing.
with the YT people in America. Oh
they are
boy.
about to get their wake up call. Oh yeah, it's about to go down in a major way. So let that happen. That's why I'm not worried about it because it's gonna backfire. All that,
Yeah.
and it might not even happen anymore because of the Trump and Elon fallout.
That's
Because
what I'm
really that's a
thinking.
favor for Elon. That's just Elon getting the favor in. But there ain't no genocide. They ain't them white people. And there's nothing going on in South Africa. That's bad. That's all propaganda. That's
So
all
they
Why do
propaganda.
you
speak a
think he?
different language over there?
Oh yeah, yeah. They speak Afrikaans. They call it Afrikaans.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Hey,
Okay.
good day, good morning,
And did
everybody.
y'all know this? Did y'all know those South Africans, the YT ones, they believe they are indigenous to the land? Did you know that?
Yes. Yep.
That's kind of
They
wild,
will
actually.
tell you
And
they're
Africa
indigenous
tripping
to
with
that
us.
land over there. Oh, we've
I,
always been here. This
I
was
don't
an
even.
empty land, and we founded it. It was empty.
Yep.
There was no tribes here, and
My
our family
great
was here
I
grandpeople
for
don't
came here
even
in
know
the
why.
14, 15,
hundreds of years.
1600s.
We've been
I
here
don't
for
even know why
400
the.
years. We're indigenous. We
I
are
don't even.
Afrikaans.
I don't even know why South Africa didn't even deport them. Went ahead and just deported them back to Poland and where they were from. Like that's just crazy.
Exactly.
The majority of
You
the
can blame
continent has
Mandela for
never
that.
had the power to impose its will on that section of their society.
You better get it together.
Okay.
Remember, I
Well,
told y'all
they're
that there are
they're
billionaires.
still trying to get out of their apartheid mentality.
Right. Remember, I told you there are billionaires and there are millionaires. There are 100,000. Understand? Listen. They may have a black face as a president or a CEO, but he don't own that table.
Yeah, somebody said Boers are the native Dutch. Dutch people were a part of slave. Can I say that they were part of the capturing of people that were over here? So
The Dutch.
Yeah, the
Okay.
Dutch.
Oh
You know,
yes, listen.
the Dutch and the
All of
Holland
your
tribe were like
Western
this.
neo-colonial powers that were around in the early, what should I say, from the period of not the Renaissance era, when they started that era in world history, the
Hmm.
Western neo-colonial powers have only dealt with other Western neo-colonial powers in a fair, somewhat fair manner.
Mm.
But if they've been, whenever they've had to deal with entities that were not YT, they've broken every treaty and contract that they've come across. I mean, you all understand that today, as developed as Australia is, that government has never made a peace treaty with the native of the Australian islands,
The Aborigines.
the Aborigines. Thank you. They've never had that contract. They still don't have a contract today.
Correct. They treat those people subhuman
they
in the
do.
country.
Exactly.
They're from that island.
That's so sad.
But this is my point. They only deal with their people in a way that will help benefit their people. But when it comes to the melanated people on the planet, you've been excluded in as many ways as they can possibly exclude you.
And that's why when people try to say something about why Black Americans, or can I say that BLK, TikTok got a whole different language over here. BLK people over here, start to delineate and actually say, no, we are a class of people. We have, we have lineage, we have X, Y, and Z, and we are establishing our, declaration to our nation. People get mad. People get upset.
Yeah.
They have a problem with it, and that's because again, I feel like we're a little bit further along coming out of colonization than other nations are. We
Oh,
are,
we're decades ahead when it comes to the fight against YT supremacy than
yeah,
some of the other groups, because we've seen how they act. We know the intricacies of the deck of cards that they're playing with us. They've got 26 cards in their deck, and we know all 26 cards. We know what the top of the card look like. We know what the bottom of the card look like. We know when the edge is supposed. We know all the moves that they're going to make. This is why they're trying to implement these draconian-like tactics. See, I would say it like this. See, for me, I can only see that they've had these entities in place well before any of these rules were actually implemented. So that when they finally got somebody in there that said, okay, we go do this, it happened almost instantaneously. Now, have you ever seen the United States government work in this fashion before? In any subject area? Anywhere? president said it today, and 3 hours later, somebody getting popped. What? What? Tell me when that's happened anywhere in U.S. government historical timeline.
Vicky said, our government puts us in a box and we divide ourselves. No, we don't. I don't know. See, the experience of people in this country is a stark difference from, again, the descendants in this country. We don't put ourselves in a box. Other groups that come from other nations put us in a box.
Come on.
We don't do that.
Come on.
I might have to disagree with you on that, guys. I think they created the box, but we stepped in unknowingly, thinking under the guise of something else, but we remained in it. And we helped them further the agenda.
You're familiar with the flea in the jars, right?
I haven't heard that, but I'm familiar with the Willie Lynch mentality, and that's what it reminds me of. Someone wrote down there, the government hates us. Look, they put stuff in place for years and years, and even after the capture of our people was over, it was never over mentally. There was a different type of capture.
Let me help y'all out. Listen, we've always, first of all, this black skin allows us to stand outside a box.
Exactly.
They've never been able to put us in a box because we've always found a way to stand out or come outside of that box. They're always trying to put us in this. Oh, you're a criminal, you're a thug. They always try to put us in these categories, but we always break through. We get to the top of the charts in everything that we do. We're always coming out of the box, and they're always having to put us back in the box. Go back and watch the movie Total Recall, man. That's what it's all about.
I just watched it last night.
I'm gonna watch it.
I watched it last night, and I watched Sinners. You were right that it was, man, dude. I was like, what is he talking about? When he got to that door, you guys, he's right. You got to watch Sinners. When he got to that door and he started telling him, I don't even want to say it. Sinners.
No, tell us. I'm going to watch it.
Are you sure? I don't want to. Spoiler alert.
Guys, you can stream
I watched it
now.
already, but I'm going to watch it again.
You can stream it now. So make sure y'all go support that movie and just buy it. You can stream it now on Amazon Prime, on whatever streaming platform that have the movies now. It's on there, and you can buy it. Go watch it 3, 4, 5 times. I'm telling you, you're gonna be like, hey.
So this is what
the writer.
One Nation.
Yeah.
Our government, Miss Vicky, listen to just this perspective, okay? Because I respect what you're saying. But I really want you to bring it home. Our government is made up of people we choose to put in office, right? So if you are choosing as a collective in your area to put people in your legislative branch who eventually, or elect people in your judicial branch, or put people in your executive branch that actually and wholeheartedly does not support you in any other way, and you continuously, aimlessly putting these people in because they look like you believe that they're going to, make a change, but on their way up, they have not shown you evidence, even from the local level, the county level, the city level, or the state level, that they would actually do anything to benefit the American people or to actually address the harms that have happened. How long are we going to keep saying our? Because I don't say our, because I don't participate in electing people that is going to keep harming me. What was that caption they used to have? Shame on me once, do me wrong or whatever. Shame on me.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
And then the third time.
No, it's the other. It's the other way around.
Right.
Yeah. Do we have some of these Do we have some of these musty immigrants on here?
Huh?
What?
Manny, I just got into it with you on the other live. You don't want to think I'm mixed or white. So what you gonna mumble about now?
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is,
dog holler.
All I'm saying is at the end.
I didn't know that. Yeah, me and Step Up, we was on live last night. together.
Yes, you was a hot mess.
Yeah,
But anyways, I think
I
what the
said she
host
sounded
was
like she was
saying
mixed or
to
something.
answer that question
And
about the government being bad and what you were saying, ATP, is we do need to start going in with the bag and
Yeah.
buying these people. I mean, I'm not saying it like he said
No,
it, but
last night you taking up for that mixed that musty mixed dude.
God, he
So
he came up
yeah,
here
he
with
did.
this
yeah.
nasty
He
energy.
weird.
So hold on, Manny, because like we
All
cooking. Hold on.
right.
Ms. Vicky said most of our government people are grown. Yeah, but who are they? Because if they're not nobody from who have allegiance to the soil, and every time we turn around, folks is talking about the small hats, and the small hats are the ones who have control, but yet they keep claiming they're the smallest group in the nation, and nobody questions that.
But
At,
they are
she last
paying
night
them. Like he said,
up.
anybody else can get bought.
No,
So I do think
last night she was
Lighten up,
taking up for
Manny.
that
that
Lighten up,
immigrant.
money.
Manny. Let the conversation
I
keep
do
flowing,
on,
think
man.
man.
they're
Go
Don't
ahead,
divert it
paying
right now.
go ahead. Yeah,
from
go ahead.
maybe the
I'm like,
small hats.
say
And
that again.
But it,
can I
I think
interrupt? Can I just say something really quick? I'm so sorry.
Mm-hmm.
The Manny, listen, dude. Everyone's having a good time. Please come in and don't do this, dude. Like it's wrong. Just
Yeah.
I don't know why
I
you're
feel you.
attacking Step Up. This is no reason for that.
Nah,
because
cause she was
he
Let him
taking
says
up.
I
She
speak.
was
sound
last night.
white.
She was taking
He
up
says
for.
Who
That was
cares?
last night, brother. That was last
Yeah,
night. This is a
And she
brand
coming
new
up here.
day, and we roll into
Manny,
the next thing.
listen, Manny.
so.
yeah. This
What
is
I
Listen,
said
let it
last
go,
Hold on,
dude.
night,
hold
there
on, hold
was
on,
a guy.
hold on, real quick, everybody. Let's just address it real quick. What the heck
Okay.
happened? Let's just get
So
it
there
out there
was
so
a
we can move on.
guy who was asking, why do Africans hate us so much? So we started talking about that. And he had some other points he was saying. And he got upset with somebody, I think her name was Nika. They kept asking him questions, but they were missing his point. He was saying something about he saw a Indian or a Mexican with the like a EBT card. She didn't speak English, but there was like $8,000 on this card. She had two grocery shop cards of like $1,000. He was trying to say that's where our money is going if we were to get reparations. And him and the other mod was not really hearing what he was saying. He was talking about that, but he was saying something that Martin Luther King quoted, and he said, "We're never going to get the money." And then they said, "Oh, you're I don't know if those were curse words, like cursing that our people
Whether you
won't get
against the reparations,
reparations."
you was against reparations
No,
last night.
no, you need to tell the truth, because I said reparations should come from all the inventions that African Americans made in America, and somehow it should go to paying us back so we could get back on our feet. Neither one of us was against reparations or what you guys were saying. So when he did finally leave, he called her a derogatory term. And I said, I think you guys misconstrued what he was saying. And they just, said I was
Do you
supporting him.
understand what she's saying now, Manny? You understand what she's saying now?
Yeah, I get what she's saying, but last night she was saying no cash. She was saying about no cash payments to us for reparations.
I
She was
did not. You know what? You
you might
know
be
that
you
you're
might I might be
you is lying.
I might be misunderstanding what
I
everybody
didn't
was saying
even
last
I
night,
didn't
but
even get the
you was
I
against.
didn't even get a chance to say where I wanted those reparations to go, because you and the other girl was arguing with both me and the guy. We were trying to talk about something else, about why Africans is attacking us.
Well,
Then
if I
y'all
did get
start asking about
if I
reparations.
did get it confused, I apologize, man. I
Yeah,
apologize right
but
here.
you know what? You guys were
But you
antagonizing
was on
me
that
on what
immigrant
side.
side, so you was
But
on that immigrant side so hard. Yeah,
I
you
didn't
were.
even get a chance to explain why I support the immigrants that I lived around in San Jose, California. When I was talking, you kept interrupting. You never even heard my answer. Did I get to finish?
Well, step up.
Did I get to finish? Did
I
I get to
apologize.
finish what I
If I
was saying
misunderstood you, I
about
apologize.
the Mexican people that I that I had in my business who still call me today. They're going through a lot. So
Well,
just because, I'm not happy, but most of them are legal now, but I was telling you about the first 4 years we went through this with Trump. People do
well,
need to be legal.
well.
But
I,
Yeah, but
I'll
they
I'll
can't be coming
these
here.
apologize.
are
They
my
can't be
friends
coming
and
here illegally.
family.
So let me say something real quick. That 8,000 on the EBT card, that's insane.
Yes, and
That's
that's what the
insane.
man was he was trying to tell them both. That's where our reparations are going.
Yeah,
We're not
yeah,
gonna
that's
get it
exactly
because of
where.
whatever these Mexicans or people that these Americans are given this $8,000 on a card. That's where that should be our reparations. That's what this brother was trying to say. He
That's insane.
was agreeing with you, Manny. He was just trying to tell you what happened to him at Walmart because he was standing behind her. She didn't speak English, and when they brought it up on the screen for her to push, he saw how much was on that card. And she couldn't even speak English. She was a foreigner. I don't know if she was brought over here legally or what. He didn't know that either, but he said if they have the money to give them, they should also find a way to give us our reparations. That's what he was saying. But you guys were so on, well, all Black folks ain't kin folks, and we're trying to tell you we American Black, FBA, Indigenous, American Indian, and it was just a big old fuss. It was just a waste of time. It
Well,
was.
like I said, I apologize if you going that way, but you sticking up for the Mexicans way more than you was sticking up for the
I didn't even
FBA.
get to tell you about the Mexicans, so I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know my story about the Mexicans because you kept cutting me off. So what did you hear me say about the Mexicans? What did you hear me say? 'Cause I
Last
didn't let you
night,
talk.
when we was on the line, you was sticking up for the some of them immigrants that came over here, and you saying something about Mexicans,
Tell
and
me what I
I was
said.
like, we're not talking about Mexicans, we talking about FBA,
We were
FBA.
okay. You tell me what the prompt said. The prompt. I read the prompt verbatim. It says something like, "Should Black Americans stick up for
And I said no.
immigrants,
I said
or
no. They
should
need to get their
we be in company
musty
with
taco
them?"
smelling ass.
But who was
No.
answering the prompt? I didn't even get to answer the prompt. I was telling you my story of the first 4 years. You didn't even hear me.
Well, I said they need to get their
You
taco
was
smelling
talking about
ass
we
out
not
of our
talking
country.
about
That's what I
Mexicans
said.
when the prompt literally says it was asking should Black Americans stick
You the one I was
with them
calling
or
mixed.
not.
I said you had some
It wasn't about talking to you. I was trying to answer the prompt.
white genes somewhere in your DNA. That's what it
I
was.
don't
And why
have
would that matter? Why would
Can we
hold on,
you
step
Hey,
up.
understand
Hold
because
on,
the
step
way
up.
I
Let
talk.
me just hold on a second. Can
I
I
am
ask you
darker
something?
than him, and I
Why?
told
I said
Yeah.
him
she was mixed
because
with
you
some
look like
Listen.
her grandparents were
you
white
should be
Stop.
or
looking to
something.
see if you got a
Stop.
white person in your family. I'm
Let me say
darker
this,
Dude,
and
y'all. Hold
blacker
on,
than
real quick. Let me
you.
say this. Hold on. Let me say this, you guys. Let me tell you.
he's
Understand this. This is what makes up a foundation of Black Americans. You have African ancestry, you have European ancestry, and you have Indigenous ancestry.
Not
That's
by how
really what
you
a
speak.
foundation of Black
it's
American
a
is.
melting pot.
That's really what it
It's a
is.
melting pot.
That's
It's
really what it
And
is.
But the melon pot
and
didn't
not
melt.
because you
The
like
melon pot didn't
mayonnaise.
melt all the way.
It's
That's
not a
really
you know
what it
what?
melting
is.
Too
pot.
much,
It's a
too much,
Genesis.
Manny. Too much, Manny is too much.
He was a hot mess
Well,
last night.
Manny is
You
too
know what
much.
that
I want to
whole
clear
live was
something. I
about?
want to clear
Just one
something.
person talking while
Hello.
Manny constantly talked. I just
You
kept
know what,
telling the guy,
guys?
keep talking.
I have
We
a,
just have to
I
learn
have
to
a
listen.
suggestion.
I said
I have a suggestion.
what her great
Hold on,
grandparents
Manny.
was
Just
from.
a second. Hold
She
on,
didn't
Manny.
answer.
Just a second. I have a suggestion for you guys. Let him have his adult tantrum by himself and ignore him.
He's
That
actually
is
not.
Because
always
he's,
when people
You
are
know,
talking.
we don't ignore our we don't know ignore descendants, and that's not a suggestion that I would suggest to anybody. So what I'm
All
going
he's
to
doing
say,
is creating chaos. He came in here and created chaos.
Manny's been on this panel many times. The brother. Sometimes he doesn't even speak. Sometimes he has a lot to say. Sometimes he doesn't. He's actually he admitted himself. He's new to FBA. He's getting on. He's finding out that he's FBA, and
right,
we're gonna let this brother rock out because
right.
this is where you come to learn. This is where you
So
come
this
to.
is, and this is,
I asked step up. I asked step up too much.
I
I
let
asked step up.
everybody come in here.
so
I
this
asked her
is,
what her great grandparents was from, and she didn't answer the question, or she. I
Ooh.
don't know.
I told you
yeah,
Saluda, South Carolina and Chattanooga, Tennessee. Y'all have me proving
I
too
just,
much.
I just
They
want to
they
clear up
migrated to
something.
Cleveland, Ohio, and Michigan.
So that's not
I
okay. So
told
any of
you that.
your lineage work is for you and your family. If you want to give out your information, cool. But people who identify as descendants in America, they will say certain
No, we
things.
no, we check lineage over here, and I've already checked. She's already said that on our live before. I just want to find out who's who, and anybody can lie on here too. But I just want to find out who's who, and we usually can figure out those who are lying just by talking to them and ask them certain questions because maybe they forget what they said last time, or they just you ask them what city and they don't know what city. They can't name a city in the state where they say their family from. So we do that here just to find out, but it's not nothing to antagonize or put a person down or anything like that. We're just going
Thank
back to the
you.
old days where we're like, where your family, and back in the old days, we used to ask everybody where your family from. And
Mm,
we had no problem with saying where our family was from because okay, I know your grandmama. We always know somebody. It's a safety thing, and we want to keep that safety, and we want to keep that moving forward because we can't have anybody just come up here and say, "Hey, I'm black anymore." Where is
So,
your family from?
Exactly. Exactly.
I want to clear up the reparations conversation. The reparations conversation is definitely a dead old invention,
And it's cash.
and
It's
it's
cash.
not just all cash. And if you are following any of the organizations like CJAC, NASD, or um, uh, LEAP, any of the ones that are in the commissions around the country, like there's one going on. Of course, everybody, if you know about what happened in California, if you know what happened in New York, what happened in Maryland, also
Atlanta.
Detroit has their commissions work that they're doing, and you are getting involved with those organizations, then you understand that reparations is not just cash, because land, according to the 1862 Act, Homestead Act, 1866 Homestead Act, the United States actually promised land,
Yeah,
land
it's not just cash. It also is land, but we want that cash because at the end of the day, we can take our cash and buy whatever the heck we want with that cash. We can buy that land, but it's not just cash. It also
And
is
I
land.
can't
But we just
develop
want
the
to make sure.
land if I
But
don't have
but
enough
but but
money.
but, but the real thing is this: it's not just land. That's what we're saying.
right.
Reparations is not just land; it's also cash.
And then nobody say, ain't no, when nobody saying nothing when they gave cash to the to the I ain't gonna, I'm gonna say the small hat descendants. They gave cash to them. They gave cash to the Chinese. They gave cash to the Indians. They Indians bought that land with the cash that they gave. So yo,
Right.
we talking about some money. We get that money. We need that money. And we
Well,
don't
it's
we
I
don't
not
even
just
agree.
need it. We
land.
don't even need
It's
it.
not
We
that
don't
it's
even need it.
right. It's
We
not.
just
It's
we just
not just land. It's not just cash. It's not just land. It's not just land. It
it's
has
both
to
of them.
come with some type of cash attached for that land.
And I
Because
got
you
on
can give
step
me
up. I
land.
got on
You
step
can
up
give us
ass last
land in
night.
the desert. You can say, okay, all of
You didn't get on
homesteading desert.
nobody's ass. You just was a damn fool.
So
Yeah,
I got a question for you guys. How can we help with this? Because again, I told this to Too Much yesterday. It's the one thing that I notice is I'm out for a walk. If it gets noisy, I'll mute up. Let me know. Um, the one thing I said is I don't want to just talk. I want to get in action. How can I help? How
How
can
can
we
you
help?
help? You sound like you white. So I'm gonna
Don't
say
start that with me, dude. I'll
I'm,
I'll
I'm gonna
sound
say I'm
real
gonna say
black
this.
when I get on your
Manny,
ass.
Girl, just
Manny,
ignore
Manny,
him.
Manny. Now, hold on. Let me
He's
hold on.
evil, dog.
Hold on. Let me say this. Listen up. Listen. Stop judging our people by the way they talk, man. I'm from California,
Thank
man.
you.
That's what I told him too.
I'm
I
from
said it's
Cali.
probably because
Hold
I've
on.
been
Listen.
around Mexicans.
Listen. I'm from California, man. I know black women with a Valley girl accent. Like totally do
But you didn't say that.
like the
That's
movie
how they
Clueless,
tease me in St.
like the
Louis,
movie
Valley Girl.
Clueless, like the movie Clueless. How Stacey Dash was talking. That's real, brother. These are. If you ever went to Baldwin Hills, we got a very prestigious black neighborhood in California called Baldwin Hills. Maybe y'all heard about that little reality show they used to have about that. These are all black people who family members are high end doctors, lawyers, entertainment industries, and they made their own little town called Baldwin Hills. They don't talk black.
One Nation, One
And
Nation,
But
One
and
Nation.
stop.
they
Hold on.
do
Finish
talk
Hold on.
finish this
black.
quote. Finish this quote. One Nation. Finish this
And they
quote.
tease
God
me
is
in
Listen.
good.
St. Louis
Finish the
like
Hold
quote.
on.
I'm from the Valley Girl.
Listen.
I don't.
Finish
I'm
the
not.
quote.
I'm not even.
One Nation, One
Manny.
Nation. Finish the
Manny,
quote.
you don't
God is good.
exist. You don't exist. You don't exist to me.
Okay,
I
finish the
won't
quote.
entertain.
God is
I
good.
won't entertain a single thing you have to say
One
because, and I'm going
Nation.
to tell
Finish
you
the
why.
quote. God is good. Finish that quote. God is good.
I'm not going to entertain a single
Finish.
word
Get you
Finish the
you
upset.
quote.
have to
It's
say.
just a joke. That he was doing that to
I'm
me
ignoring
all
him.
night. Yeah.
He's
So you can
ignorant.
Finish
just
the
say
And
quote.
what
this
You
you
can't
is,
even
gotta
finish the
say.
quote.
He'll
He's
just
I
just
can't,
continually
I
explaining.
talk
just
over
won't.
you.
He's
Why
extremely ignorant.
why won't you?
And do
Why
you
won't you?
remember,
Manny, Manny,
do you remember
one
the
nation,
box? Wait,
one
do you guys
nation.
remember the box that they
He's
said?
not one nation. He's not ignorant because he's making a point to actually show
I'm
culture.
not engaging with him
I
because he
understand, but
keeps
you're calling
attacking. And
him,
stop. I have the, I'm
ignorant.
not
You
engaging
haven't
with him.
called nobody out their name. You called him
He's,
ignorant for saying, he said, finish the quote, God is good. And the
I don't want him
response will
talking
be
to
all
me
the time.
because he's
God is good.
stirring up commotion. Think about how the
No,
panel
I'm
was
not. No,
before
I'm
he
not,
got up
ma'am.
here.
It's called
Just stop
delineation.
talking
It's
so I
called
could talk.
delineation.
Stop
Delineation, ma'am.
talking. Stop talking so I can talk.
Okay,
I'm
finish the
done.
quote.
I don't even
Hold on.
remember what I was
Hold,
starting to say.
hold on real
What
quick.
was the point?
Hold on real quick. Listen, and also too, listen, Manny, I appreciate you, brother. You're always welcome on the platform, but understand this also too. And ATPV, I want you to understand this too. Listen, we're trying to bring high level conversation here.
And this is not.
I get it. We want to check and we want to make sure people are of the lineage. And One Nation, you should finish that quote. If you're a foundational black man,
And
that's
God
great.
is good. But you know what? If this is the type of panel you are running, I will
I
not
hear
come
you.
back
I
because no, this is the
and
box.
that
Hold on.
listen.
This is the box that I was talking about. We keep ourselves in it. Him attacking and saying, I grew up around white people too. The city I live in is the richest zip
I
code
wasn't
in the
attacking
United
you.
States. So here's the thing. You guys are killing us, people like you, Manny, because you keep coming up with reasons to divide. Too much. Just told you what a foundational black person was. You don't understand that we're not all going to sound the same and we're
Right.
not going to all have the
Y'all
same
got to get off
background?
that. Y'all got to get off that.
Dude,
Y'all really got to get off that.
you're
I
dividing
see that
us.
all the time. Listen, it's not.
This is
It's
that
not. But
Willie.
hold on. Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. I
I
just
don't
want to
need to
say
be
something.
here to get attacked
Hold
by
on.
my own people.
I got you. Hold on. Hold on. Let me say this. Listen.
It's bullshit.
Hold on.
I'm sick of that.
Don't get emotional.
I didn't
Listen
grow up
to me.
around no black people. But go ahead. Go ahead. Too much.
Manny. She's right in a sense. She's right. Listen, we can't just because they don't sound FBA don't mean they're not FBA. You can't kick nobody out of a lineage, brother. You can't do it.
And
If
you're
she's of
hurting
the
people
lineage,
with different
hold,
backgrounds and
okay,
different
hold on.
experience that can
Exactly.
help us
And
climb because you're
I'm hurting
kicking us
people
hold
with
out.
on,
different
Let me
different blood.
let me just take care of it. Listen, we need all of us, not some of us.
Thank you.
We need all of us, and I get it. But I get it. We're in that time. Here's what I'm gonna tell everybody. Be ready. Be ready for people to ask you where you're from and where's your family from and have an answer. Be ready for people to give you to test you to make sure you're black because we're in that time now. We're in that
I
time
know.
now. We're in
That's what
that
I've been
time now.
doing.
But
But I
no, no.
understand
But
what
hold on,
One
but hold on,
Nation is talking about.
hold on. Let me finish. Let me just finish. But make sure you're bringing scholarship with it. Don't just come in and interrupt a flow of a conversation when we're flowing and talking high level. There's a time and place to check lineage. There's a time and place to do that. There's a time and place.
And it
But
ain't his lie.
don't mess
It's too
up.
much lie.
Don't mess up the flow of the conversation because we were already talking somewhere. We were already getting somewhere with that. I get it. I get it. If you smell something funny, call it out. I definitely want you to call it out. But you got to understand this too. You got to have some understanding and some wisdom with this too. We're not all going to talk the same.
No.
We
And why
come
would
from.
we want to?
We
It
have
doesn't
our
even.
wealthy. Hold on, let me finish. We have our wealth. We have our well-to-do. We have our average. We have our ratchet. We have a wide spectrum in the black community. We're not all speaking the same language or thinking the same. There's 43 million of us. We can't. All we're
And
trying to do
here's
is
the
bring
thing.
people. Hold on, real quick. All we're trying to do is
Okay.
bring people to the codified language. We're trying to get everybody on code and start moving in the codified language so we know who's who. Once we realize who's who, back up. Back up now. If your gut is telling you something and you still got spotty senses, I get it. I get it. I understand. But we have to understand we can't run off those who are part of our land. Listen, we got Pan Africanists who are foundational Black Americans. We got Imhoteps and Hebrew Israelites and Moors and all these people are part of the lineage. All of them are part of the lineage. Whether we want to take them or not. We can't kick nobody out of a lineage, but we can give them some scholarship. We can give them some games that, hey man, we can move this way because this is how we're moving. You need to get on code with us. You need to turn off the news and plug into the
But they
news.
ain't on code. They ain't on code with us.
I don't want to be on code with
We,
you. I
we
don't want to
have
You
sound
don't
like
have
you.
to. You don't
we
have to.
have listen,
Where are
I
your
don't want to
grandparents
use the
from?
word ain't.
I don't want to be a
listen,
part.
Manny.
Where are your grandparents from, One Nation?
Listen, Manny. We gotta get them on. We have to bring them to the code. We can't shame them to the code, brother. We can't shame anybody to do the code. We have
One
He
to
out of
Nation.
bring them
control.
to the code.
I
We have
got
to
you too
help them
much.
understand the code, brother.
One
We
Nation.
can't shame them to the code.
One Nation. Where are your grandparents from?
I'm done talking to you. You
Don't
are outside of the
Where are your
realm.
grandparents
I'm not
from? Where are
entertaining
your
you.
grandparents
I
from?
spoke to too much about this yesterday. He asked me,
We
you
already
know
went through
what?
this, brother.
I'm
Well,
done.
I
Manny,
didn't
I
hear
right
you.
don't
now you're taking
care,
us back,
dude.
brother. We're trying to move forward, and you're kind of taking us
Thank
Okay,
back.
you.
okay.
That's why I said
He's
just
being
let him
real, Manny.
off.
You're not helping. You're
No,
actually taking away from the energy, brother. And I
being a
don't want you to
bully.
do that.
I
just
I
got you.
don't
I
drop
want
got
you to
him.
be
I
that
understand.
brother with the off energy. I need you to get on code with the energy that's in the room. There's a time and place for that. You can do that on another live that she shows
Thank
up on.
you.
You can do
I
that.
would never
You
go
can
in
do that
another
at
live with him.
another time. But this
Yeah,
just ain't
I'm
that
not going to
time.
go on another live with him either. But I like
I
He's
too
understand.
much.
hateful.
Too much. I will be back, but I won't be here when this guy's here.
Me
Yeah, you
neither.
got
He come in
that's that
again, I'm out.
mayo. That's that mayo
Cause
talking. Go ahead.
I, I can't be here with him here either. He
Manny,
takes,
what's going
you
on,
know
man?
what? Too much. You have a really good live. Remember how good it was yesterday? You had a really good live. You had a guy up here yesterday, and you were on fire yesterday with people like him. You would get them off the panel real fast, but I'm not sure why you're letting Manny sit here. Manny derailed the entire conversation. He's making it about him. We were flowing.
Yeah,
The last question I remember asking was, "How can we
I,
help?"
I
And
agree.
he's jumping
I
in.
agree. Manny, what's going on? Let's address this right now. What's going on, Manny? Why
Because
are you
I'm
coming in
tired of
with that
these.
energy, bringing that energy to the live right now?
I'm
Why
I'm
right now, brother?
I'm tired of these people that look like us but they got opposite views. They go against.
You're always gonna have people that are us with opposite. Like I said, we got Pan Africanists. Pan Africanists hate blacks. They love Africans and they hate Black Americans. We're always gonna have those people. Now, these aren't those people. I'm telling you, I telling you, step up. One Nation. I already verified them. I already checked them out, brother. They're good. They
But
mean us well.
when step up,
Jasmine, hold on. Let me tell you. There's another girl, Jasmine, that y'all like to pick on. Jasmine, she's from Baldwin Hills, y'all. She's a Black American. She's also new to foundational Black American, and she's coming into getting on code with us. So, and she's on, and she may or may not be on the spectrum. I don't know. I think she admitted that. Or I don't know. But we got to stop
What you
bullying
mean
our
the
people,
expect
sir.
the spectrum like
But I
ADD,
apologize. I
ADHD?
apologize to
We
step up.
have to stop bullying our people, especially if they're actually from the lineage.
I
Bring that
apologize to step
information to
up.
the tethers, brother. Bring that energy to them. Keep it to them. We're not here to detour people. We're here to bring people into the code, not run them away from the code. Not say, oh, I don't want to have nothing to do with We're not a group. We're not a hate group. We're not a group. We're a lineage. So
Well,
I get it. There
And
are
I
that,
many
apologize to
sides
step
that
up.
y'all can do that on, and y'all can stomp
Thank
the
you,
yard
Manny.
and do all that. There are many, but over here we're trying to have high level conversations, and we're trying to bring solutions to the board.
Apologize
and
to
you,
One Nation.
I apologize. I
he do,
apologize to step
he
up.
doesn't have to apologize to me.
One
Let him
Nation.
be.
I didn't. I
Here's
didn't
the.
say you. I said step up.
I know, no, because she told
One
you to
Nation.
apologize. I said,
No,
yeah,
no, no. She
yeah.
didn't. I decided to apologize to
But
step up.
yeah, you should just because you
Manny,
sound a
Manny,
certain
you're gonna have to
way.
listen a little bit
Can
more.
we move on? Can we
Listen,
Step
move
Up
I
asked
on?
have
you to apologize
I
to
have
One
extreme
Nation.
patience. Listen, I have extreme
That's he
patience.
doesn't listen.
I allow for you guys to stand on business. I don't really drop people like that. I didn't even drop the last guy that was on here yesterday. He ended up dropping himself. But I just called
Yeah.
out the
Oh,
fact. I just called out the fact that he came in with the off energy. And that everybody can
just
see it,
like
and
Manny.
everybody can feel it, and everybody can sense it.
And
Don't come in here with
and
the
Manny
off
derailed the
energy.
conversation.
We were
We
actually
were
trying to.
having a
We were act.
very
Yeah, we were
fruitful
actually
conversation.
going somewhere. Don't come in here into my
Yep.
life. And let me talk about this. Don't become an agent provocateur. Agent provocateurs don't become them. Agent provocateurs, they're on assignment. They're on assignment to destroy the flow of lives like this. If I realize that you're an agent provocateur, I got to get you up out the paint. The moment Manny, I know you. You've been on the live before. That's the only why I'm keeping you on there. I'm not saying anything, but I have to be truthful. I stand on truth. The ladies are right. I get it. We want to check everybody's lineage and make sure who's who, but we can't bully our own people. We can't do that. Even if they might be a tether hiding amongst us. We just have to wait it out until we know that we know that we know. We can't just be guessing.
What is a tether?
A tether is anybody who's a non-FBA who undermines our movement, our people. A
FBA
tether,
means American Indian too,
foundational
right?
Black American. Anybody who's a non-FBA, a non-foundational Black American, who's not of our lineage, who's from another country, who comes over here, gets into our politics, and says things like, "Y'all, we don't need reparations." They cosplay as us. They dress like us. They try to look like us. They try to sound like us, and then they come in right with some. They start talking weird, kind of what Manny's talking about. They start saying things that we don't say from the lineage. They start
Well,
they start
well,
bringing
he
that type of
called
energy.
me that last night. I didn't really know what he was talking about, but I am for
What
Black
I was gonna say,
Americans. I
that's
am an
what I was
American
trying
Indian.
to say earlier to the both of you about Manny, in that the people who are not used to the conversation around what descendants actually are talking about, it's going to sound off and offensive to you because you aren't plugged in, or maybe you haven't heard it, or around people that are talking about delineation. And so when I told One Nation, I said, don't call him ignorant, because he's not being ignorant. What it is the control of him trying to find out who you both are. I just put it as, in my opinion, I don't have to force myself on you about who you are. When you are ready to tell me who you are, that's up to you. Because
But that's
again,
not his place. That's
that's
not his
what I
place.
What
said.
about
Plus,
if you tell
plus,
him who you
Ladies,
are and
Here's
you
ladies,
what I
still
can say.
know
Hold
you're
on.
white?
Let me
ladies,
interject.
thank
Here's
you.
what I can say.
hold on.
I need everybody on this panel to start following the grassroots, so y'all
Yeah.
understand and know what's going on. That's the best way to fix all this. We can
Right.
tell when you're not plugged into the grassroots. We can tell when you're watching too much television or news or under proper. We can tell because I'm plugged into the grassroots.
So the person who came up with the word codified, I'm very close with him. He was the one that was on Tariq Nasheed's space that actually came up with the term codified. And he was at the rally here in DC. What I'm saying is that it is more than meets the eye when you have the information and you're not talking about it. That's why I was trying to tell Manny to kind of hold up so we can actually unfold in the information and kind of, come into some sort of understanding. When One Nation asked a question, she said, well, how can we help? I was just assuming that you were someone else who wanted to help, like you were an ally or something, right? But when you started going off, I was like, "Oh, okay, maybe that might be a sister back there because she getting ready to get upset." So I said to myself, "Let me just
But we
listen."
shouldn't have to go through that.
But One
He's
Nation, but we get,
constantly calling people, even when you talk to him, he's
I get
hearing what he
that,
wants
I,
to
I
hear.
I get that, but he's
Can I
hearing
speak
he's
in?
hearing something that you're saying because he's used.
Because he's in
He,
here looking to stir up.
I
Listen,
don't think,
before he jumped on the panel, think about it. We were all talking kindly and nicely to each other. We were making movement. He came in and he like twisted everything. That's okay. I don't know how
I
many of you
just asked
believe in
who
God,
your
but
grandparents
that's
are.
what the
That's all
devil
I asked.
does.
so when you start to, what I'm gonna say this one more time, when you start
So
to
I'm gonna
go
drop
to,
down
don't
because
drop,
I'm
don't,
done with this. This has taken too much of my morning, and
mm,
I only get involved in talks that take me to the level of achievement. I will not engage in conversation that drops me down levels. I'm done here.
Okay, I just asked who your grandparents are, so you can be done. Okay.
So again, what I'm gonna say is that, like I said, in the context of what reparations is if you are looking at what's happening with the commissions around the country, there are organizations and people on the ground that you can plug into. If you're in California, if you're in New York, Maryland, pretty much anywhere. You can plug in and people start to have conversations where they'll start to talk about what is happening with the descendant community. If you followed what happened with the birthright citizenship conversation during the Supreme Court, that was a discussion that also it will affect us as descendants in regards to how we can declare our certify our class declaration for our class certification. It's so much going on right now that I think if you're a descendant and you are truly trying to plug in about how to achieve state power and reparations, that you're going to do that. There's a brother, his name is Black Majority State. He's on here. He's going to start hosting lives as well. There is a huge, huge movement when it comes to us as Americans and people who want to see those changes. I think you plug in when you're ready. The conversation is going to sound a little different to you. I don't think Manny means to be offensive. I think what he's trying to do is find his people. Now, if you take offense to it, Manny, you have to definitely own it when somebody says, "Hold up, brother, I don't appreciate X, Y, and Z." And then you have to make that connection. That's the other piece. I do agree with Too Much when he says, you can't run people away. You can't hurt people in these conversations. And my biggest thing is always is do no harm. You know what I'm saying, when you're having these conversations, because it could get real heavy.
You gotta have tactfulness. You can't just come in with a blunt hammer just knocking everything down. You gotta be tactful because again, she could listen. I just met her yesterday. She uh, just like everybody else, just by the way she talks. Like to me she talks like she has like a Dallas accent, but she's not from Dallas. Okay, to me she talks like that. Okay, I can hear that she has that sister in the background too. I can hear that, but I can tell I can tell that it's difficult to understand. And plus, her icon is the American flag. But that shouldn't listen. Whether they're black conservative, whether they're black liberal, it doesn't matter. If they're from the lineage, they're from the lineage. Our job is not to run people away from the term FBA. Our job is to find out who they are, if they're from the lineage, and just bring them to the code.
She
The
she's
code
she's
is the
saying I'm
lineage.
attacking. She says I'm attacking though too much, and I just asked her where her grandparents from.
I hear what you're saying, but it's the way and it's the timing of it. It's the timing of it. We were in the middle of talking about something else, and what did you say? I smell a tether in here. We're talking about something. We're not even on that. I could see if we were on that. I could see if I had a bunch of Africans and Caribbeans up here, and we were on that, but we weren't on that. We were on something else, and you did kind of mess up that flow. We're talking solutions. What I want this panel to do is I want to talk solutions. There are other panels that you can go to and you can stomp down on all the Africans and all the
But I
Caribbeans.
did
And
I
I'm
did
with you.
apologize. I did apologize and step up
You
last
did.
night.
You
I
Yeah,
did.
did that.
You did.
you
But
did. You treated her the
it's the
same way you
tactfulness,
did me.
brother.
The first time you heard her voice, you said, "Oh, you white, you white tea. Go
Right.
find your white
You
tea
can't
daddy.
you
You like
can't do that.
mayonnaise."
You can't
I'm
you
like,
can't you can't
"What?"
judge our people by where they were grown up, where they were raised in this country. What suburb, what neighborhood, what
I
state.
just say you can't tell
We,
people by
they're
their
of
voice.
our lineage. They're of our lineage. Our only job is to bring
Negro.
people to the code. Get them
No,
on the code. Get them on the
Let's see what
language.
RC
Get
is
them
saying
plugged
too.
yeah, there
into.
you go.
Get them plugged into. The. That's why I always have cousins say, What do they need to do, cousin?" Matter of fact, cousin, this is the perfect time again. Remind us the grassroots. Who should we be plugged
You need to
into
be
on the
down.
grassroots?
You need to be down and listening to the new black media. Professor Black Truth, The Black Authority, Tariq Nasheed, Afro Elite, Vicky Dillard, Lisa Cabrera, Tori and Rain. There are a host of brothers and sisters who are out here keeping us on code. And should I say, keeping the code moving forward. When we do this, we're going to each have our own individual differences, but we have to
We're
get
not
a
all gonna get
significant
along.
number, not a large number. We have to get a significant number of our FBA brothers and sisters on code. If we had the majority, great. But it doesn't take a majority to move the needle. It takes dedicated people operating within the code.
And let me say this. Listen, if you're
Cause
of the
I'm
lineage,
on
hold
code.
on,
I'm
hold on,
on
Manny.
code.
Hold on, Manny. If you're of the lineage, guess what? You're gonna have to deal with people like Manny. You're gonna listen. If you're of the lineage, listen. We got a 17% of down and out Black Americans. They're they may sound ignorant. They may be ratchet. They may be from the hood. But guess what? They're still us. Our job again is not to wag our finger at them and say you need to stop twerking and you need to stop. No, no, no. Our job is to bring them to the code, and then they will decide what they're going to do. They will decide how they're going to conduct. Our job is not to tone police. Our job is not to tell people how they need to respond in certain situations. They respond how they respond. As long as they stand on business, that's all I care about. If you're going to say something, make sure you stand on it and be prepared to get challenged. We got to learn how to talk through disagreements, people. That's our problem. We always want to say, "Oh, you're not my family." We always want to discount our people, but we will allow the YT man, the Hispanic man, the non-FBA. We will give them chance after chance after chance after chance after chance, but we won't give our own people chances. We won't have grace with our own people.
Pull Dread up, bro.
We can't do that. We can't do that. We got it. We got it. Where Dre at? I don't. Did he leave? I don't see him in the
DH, you
room.
still in here?
I don't see him in the room anymore.
Hey, host, how you doing this morning?
Good,
If I
RC. Good, RC.
if I may, I came on your live yesterday, and
Yes,
you
sir.
you gave me some information about GNO.land, and I
Mm-hmm.
started researching it, and I talked to someone else about it, and I was told that that information is not legitimate. My question to you, sir, without interrupting your panel and your live, and with respect, can you tell me it's legit?
Okay, let me say this. GNO.land is something new. It's something that they're building right now. It's something that they're trying to get together. They're trying to build a hub for all these places and these platforms. Is it legit? This is something that's being built right now.
Okay, and that's why I'm asking.
It's something that's being built right now. All I said was take a look at the information.
That's correct, and I looked
That's
at
all
it,
I said. That's
researching
all
it.
I said. It's
That's
something
what
that
I'm.
the community is coming together and building. They're looking. Matter of fact, they're recruiting people to help build this new language model that they're going to use on the blockchain to put platforms like this on the blockchain. That's what I said. Now, I don't know about people saying who has the right to say what's not legit. Are they involved in GNO.land? Did they come across a scammer, or do they know the people that are doing it? You can't be on the outside judging something and you're not on the inside. I'm saying that it exists.
Thank
And
you.
I always
I
tell
would
people
interject
do due
this.
diligence. I always tell
You
people
can't
do due
confirm
diligence.
something. You can't fully confirm something that's under development.
It's in development.
The
They're
most
building.
you can ever get is a rumor.
Yeah,
I'm gonna build that mall over there. You can see the construction sites, you can see the cranes, you can see the trucks, but until it's built, it's still in the process.
man. Listen, before I built the FBA coin, I'm sure people like, oh, that's a scam. But now that it's verified, people are still saying, oh, that's a scam. It's verified. It's an actual coin. It's minted. Everything is legit, and people are still going to say what? And these are people who haven't done due diligence. These are people who just, I'm a black man, because I'm a black man, because it didn't come from the white T man, you can't trust it. Oh, because I'm on the internet, you're not I get it. So I
Too
know it's
much.
legit.
I would. I
Not
wouldn't
every
even. I wasn't even
people.
trying to. Too
Well,
much. I wasn't trying to go all the way in. But when she started calling names like I'm ignorant and
I
I'm
got
dumb and
you.
stuff like that,
I
that's when
got
I.
you.
That's when I start. That's when I started. Like, okay, where your grandparents from?
I
Like
got you.
that's when I started.
I
so
got
so
you. But
so
but
what
here,
I'm
here's what I would
saying
say. Here's what I would say.
is, I
Don't
got
allow
you.
emotions. Don't forget. Listen. Every women and men, we fight differently. Women use a lot of words, and I always tell men, listen, man, stay in your frame. Stay. Exercise grace, because women do get emotional. Not that men can't get emotional, but men, we definitely need to exercise grace when we're dealing with men and women. Men are more direct. Women, they're not necessarily direct, but they're way more articulate. And I'll just say it like that. We communicate differently. I say this all the time. Men don't use your power on women, and women don't use your power on men. At the end of the day, women, you're gonna need a man, because you cannot protect yourself. You cannot protect your own ideology. You're always going to need a man to stand in front of you to protect your ideology. So it's in your best interest not to emasculate men. I say that all the time. Not that
That's why I
anybody
came
has
up.
done this on here.
That's why I
Not
came
that
up here too
anybody's
much.
done this on here.
Too much. That's why I came up here and as a man, I apologize. Step up when she called everybody was just in a box. We were just having a heated argument last night. And once she said what she said, I'm like, oh, okay, I apologize. Step up. Like I probably kind of rude to
Yeah,
you.
but we weren't arguing. I was defending who I was as a black person. It wasn't no argument. I was being interrogated. And I just couldn't understand, well, how much information do you want from me when I look blacker than you? You talking about I'm white, I'm mixed, and my daddy is white. And all I eat is mayonnaise sandwiches. And you look whiter than me. Okay, my husband and his friend laughing.
All right, y'all.
But
We gonna
that
let this
wasn't an
one go, Manny.
Hey,
argument.
hey,
We
hey,
gonna
hey,
let
That
hold
this
on,
one
wasn't an
go.
hold on,
argument,
hold
Manny. But
on.
I do appreciate you apologizing. But that wasn't an argument. You guys were interrogating me.
So again, that's
And
what I'm
I'm
saying.
I'm a
We have to
dark skinned
exercise
black
tactfulness
lady.
and understand that we're on the internet, and everything. You may be interrogating somebody, and you may be in the right, or you may be in the wrong. But somebody's in the comments watching, and they're on the fence, and they're like, Do I want to call myself an FBA? Do I want to even do
Yes,
that?
exactly.
You got to look at the optics here. Our job is not to stain the name of our lineage. Our job is to bring eyes and attention to our lineage, but do it in a good way, not in a way that's gonna turn people away from it. We don't listen. I get it. Y'all go on these other panels and y'all want to talk about Africans and Caribbeans all day. Listen, I get it. I did that when I first started. I did that, but I was ranting, and that's how my profile got built up. It all started with a rant. I was probably one of the first people on TikTok who was really going in, who was really going in on these. A lot of people came to my. A lot of people were is a spinoff of this off of my platform. They're a spin, not in a negative way, and not trying to say anything, but a lot of the people they started their own platform off of coming over here because I was just giving them the business. You know,
Well, too much.
we
Can I
good with
say
the
this?
jokes. We
I
good with
don't go to
everything.
those panels, and I'm
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
the
I'm like
One
this.
Nation doesn't.
Don't
And I will
participate.
not go back to the panel. Let me tell you the other panel I went to. It was melanated. Before he got there, we were having a good conversation like we were before Manny came. I will not go back to Melanated's panel. Just because you explained that, I'll be back, and I hope One Nation comes back because it feels like a safe panel. Now, I don't know when they interrogate you and ask you, are you black? Are you native? Those kind of panels I don't mess with no more. And a few of them I need to stop paying the monthly subscription to because I feel interrogated. I don't know how to prove who I am besides saying my granny told me the same thing your granny
You
told
do,
you and doing my
yeah, there
genealogy.
you
So
go.
I
You
am
do
in the
know.
process
Step
of
it up.
doing that.
Keep step it up. You have all the tools that you
I can't hear you.
I said you have all the tools that you need, beautiful. And at the end of the day, I hope One Nation does come back because, listen, the place where people are at, it's no longer like mastering delineation was like years ago. People are right now talking about how do we get state power and how do we secure ourselves for the next election and protections. And I think that if you are just coming in, like I said, if you're just coming into the conversation of who the descendants are in the communities that there are different groups you'll find. There's, different fractions of different people representing themselves as different, ideologies, FBA, ADOS, freedmen, indigenous, Solon. So you'll hear all these different terms, right?
Right.
Don't get caught up in the terminology per se, but understand that you are a part of the descendant community, and the conversation is already surpassed those things because right now we're talking about how to secure state power. We're talking about how do we protect
Exactly.
ourselves. We're talking about economics, right? But
Exactly.
but for
That's why
people,
I only come
for the
back to Too
consensus.
Much because he seems like he accepted who I am and I wasn't continuously questioned.
Well,
And,
so there's this thing. There's this thing called. There's this thing where you have people who practice flat blackness, right? You've heard of
what
that?
is it called? Flat blackness?
Flat, flat blackness. So flat.
FLAT?
Yes, flat blackness, and flat blackness is the terminology that came out about people who were from other groups, like other melanated groups,
Like Long Island iced tea?
other melanated groups who are practicing Black American culture, but like Too Much said earlier, they actually practice degradation towards Black Americans, meaning that they'll get into politics and they'll vote against our interests. They'll vote against reparations.
Oh yeah, no, I will never do that. My
Yeah.
nonprofit and my movement is all about uplifting Black community and just people in our community. So I'm all about learning how we can come together as Americans, and I'm
See,
wondering why the
that's the thing.
Africans
That's the
are
thing right there.
attacking us.
We all want to come together. No, there's no kumbaya anymore. We're not trying to come together with certain different types of people. We tried that. We tried that for years. So it's not no kumbaya moment. All Americans come together. No, we tried that. We've been trying to do that for years, and every time we try to come together with a certain type of people, I always get backstabbed in our ass. So no, it's if
Maybe I'm not for all the groups. I'm trying to figure out who that
Well,
right
so
group
here's
is for me.
here's what here's what I tell people, and y'all need to download the FBA Code of Honor and to download the FBA Treaty amongst Black Americans. Listen, this is how we're dealing with people moving forward in the future. It has to be a treaty. Right now, I'm not against YT people. I'm not against Caribbean people. I'm not against African people. I'm not against Hispanic people. I'm not
Right.
against Asian people.
Right.
But I need y'all to deal with y'all group right now because we got to deal with our group. Our group has a mission, and our mission is to get on code, and we have a short window to really achieve the things that we want to achieve.
Right.
Okay, and my job is to tell people, hey man, we don't got as much time as you think.
Got no time.
We don't got as much time as you think. We got to get on code now. We got to understand what's going on and what's happening to us right now. And then we got to start calling shots, and we got to start building things and putting things in place, building the system that we're all going to be on in the near future. Part of that is with the FBA coin. Part of that is with the blockchain technology. That's our safe haven. That's where we can go where we know that nobody can take our stuff over here. We're tired of building in this system where everybody come in, eminent domain us, do this, do that. No, but if we build it here on this blockchain, they can't touch it. That's my job. That's my mission. That's my focus.
Vicky, we never hated any race. People hate us.
Hold on.
People hate us.
This is what I'm saying. How we deal with other races moving on or other ethnic groups moving on in the future, it has to be a treaty in place. If we don't have a treaty with you, we really can't deal with you. We really can't do business with you. But if we got a treaty with you, we know how we're going to treat each other. And there needs to be things in place to enforce that treaty. If people get out of line, there needs to be a way that we can get us all back in line. If we can't do things in treaty format, if we can't have something that's written out, drawn out, and everybody knows this is how you're supposed to deal with Black Americans. This is how Black Americans are supposed to deal with YT Americans. This is how Black Americans are supposed to deal with Hispanics. This is how Black Americans are supposed to deal with Caribbean. This is how Black Americans are supposed to deal with Africans. That's the only way. But we can't do that if Africans don't get themselves together. If Caribbeans don't get themselves together, we can't do that.
You talking about the big belly flies infested people, but I'm saying this. I'm saying this. We always stuck our hand out to help. We always stuck our hand out to help people, and we always did that. And we, like I said, we get stabbed in the back most of the time, or if not all the time. I'm saying this. If you're not with this, or if you're not with this, or whatever, take your fleeing ass on. That's all I'm saying. And at the end of the day, we never hated another race.
Never.
But all the race, most of the races, they always got hate for us. So I'm like this. Fuck y'all. If y'all saying fuck us, fuck y'all too.
You're right. He's right.
So the host is correct in what he's saying about treaties. We have all kind of treaties with countries around the world, but we have no treaty for us.
Yeah.
He is absolutely correct.
That's absolutely correct.
What he is saying. Then that allows him to say you have violated your agreement.
We can't just go off no verbal stuff no more. That's over.
It has to be something has to be written down, and there has to be a way to enforce what we have in place.
Right.
Now imagine.
Now I talked to Tariq Nasheed about this before. I got on the program and I said, "Hey man, we need a treaty. What do you think about a treaty?" And he was like, "Well, how do we enforce it?" And that makes sense. Well, guess what?
It's for a nation. A treaty is for a people who are a group of nations. We belong to the United States. We are not under treaty law.
Okay, hold on. But tribes have treaties too, man.
We're not a tribe. We are.
I would say it like this.
Hold on.
What we would have to do is just make sure it's more of a social contract amongst our
There
people.
you go. Okay, a social contract, yes. But we are not a tribe because we are not on a land that was designated to us. The reason why
it was ours.
Hold on. Because you're talking legal now. Legally, We are United States citizens, meaning that the states
I'm not a
legally.
citizen. A citizen is what an immigrant is, ma'am. I'm an American.
No, a citizen is not what an immigrant is. That is not what
Oh,
the Birthright
uh oh,
Citizenship Act was
uh oh,
about for the 14th Amendment. So I
uh
understand
oh.
Dane
I'm
Calloway got
not a citizen.
everybody. Hold on.
I'm an
Hold
American.
on.
I'm an 1828 American.
Okay, you can't be an 1828 American if you don't fall under the Birthright Citizenship Act. So if you're telling me the 14th Amendment that was amended for the formerly enslaved and their descendants and you don't fall under that, you're telling me you belong to what nation?
Ma'am, I know who the birthright citizen was for.
No,
I know
that's not
that.
what I said. That's not what.
I
This
know
is the
that.
reason why I think that
Ma'am,
people
ma'am,
have
I
to.
know, I know, I know. My grandmama, I know my family told me we were Cherokee and we were Blackfoot. I'm an
Okay, so
American, ma'am.
this
I'm an
is why I
American.
keep saying.
I
This is
get
why
what
I'm
the
saying.
14th Amendment is. I get what
So
the
what
14th
I'm
Amendment is,
saying is, but
and
you're
I
talking about a
understand that.
treaty for the entire
But I'm
Black
saying
America.
this: how
Everybody
we
is
have to
not.
move forward, how we have to move forward with other nation, with other ethnic groups and other people. I'm going to push back on you, ma'am. You're welcome to push back and stand on business. I appreciate that. I don't like echo chambers, so I appreciate that. But I'm telling you, what I figured out in my little brain is I went to work and I said, you know what? Makes sense. How are we going to enforce this treaty? Well, I figured out how we can enforce this treaty. It's through the blockchain.
Too much.
That's how
We are
we
not.
enforce
We are
it.
not citizens.
So I'm gonna say this
I'm an
again.
American.
I'm gonna say
I
this
Well,
know,
again.
but we are not citizens.
I think that what
I'm
you're
an
saying
American.
too much. I think that what you're trying to say is you're using the word treaty, but it could always start out as a standard operating procedure. SOP
To do
telling
that
black
too.
people this is what we do when this happens. We
It
do
got to
this.
be written out.
There's
Yeah, that's yeah, exactly,
some
exactly.
kind of standard operating procedure going forward
Right,
so that we're not consumed about what is
right,
happening in
right,
this country right now, because they're looking for another scapegoat and they don't
right.
have nobody else to pay off this bill like they used to have slavery to fall back on. They're trying to fall back on us now and we're pushing back, so they don't have another place to go. They're gonna have to face their own debt, face their own stuff. They done tore up this world, this land, messed up their reputation. Now they're looking for scapegoats. What we are saying, and I understand what you're saying too much, is that there should be a standard operating procedure, since because history has been so rewritten and rewritten, our children are confused. So then to go forward, to give them some level of integrity on their level, in their own space, in their own
Once
identity,
we
we need a
dominate a
standard
space,
operating procedure
right?
for them.
Once we dominate a space, we shouldn't have to go back and
Right.
dominate it again.
We're not
Once
doing
we
it
get
because
into our
even
space,
now they
we need
took
to
That's
draw the
not a
line and say
that's
we're
not a
not going
treaty.
back anymore. This is where
But
we're
yeah,
going to
this
stay,
is a
and
yeah.
we're only going
but
to move
that's
forward. And that's where that standard operating procedure. I like that treaty. I like that. That's where we need to have something written down and saying this is how we're going to treat each other. This is how we're going to do business with each other. And when you start getting off code of what we put as a standard operating procedure, that's when you got to get checked.
Yeah, because then it becomes a modus operandi. After we say we got an SOP, then we got an MO. Once we get a modus operandi, people will start to classify us or use us or treat us according to what they know we operate by.
Right.
So I
And
think
what's
that
been the
that
biggest issue in our black communities? We have not been allowed to police and correct our community because there have been consequences. They're saying, hey, if you do it, you go to jail. If you do it, then we got to come in. But they never allowed us to police our own community. See, we can get the hood together if we were allowed to police our own neighborhood, but we're
Right,
not allowed to. We're not
right.
allowed to.
We're
So
not
we need
allowed
to
to.
get that back. If anything, we need to be pushing for as far as policy wise. We need to be pushing for. We want to police our own neighborhood, and we're
Own
tired of somebody
neighborhoods.
else coming in and policing our neighborhood. We need to police it.
right, and we're not even asking for permission to do that,
No,
simply because most of our communities have been gentrified or either ignored. Everybody knows the story. Everybody knows the story. And then when we start to talk about putting together solutions, then you get all of these other people who are benefiting from the situation being the way it is. Then they come in covered in their blackness, all skin folks ain't kinfolk. Uh, they come in and then they start to work underneath. They get They get invited to the cookout because they're black, but then they get in there and they start seeing, well, damn, if that happens, then my stuff's gonna be messed up. You're gonna mess me up. You're gonna do this. You're gonna do that. Then they start operating according to what will benefit them. They still don't work for the collective, which is what we see in our politicians. And so now where we are and what Manny is talking about, Manny is that young generation that's saying, look, we'll scrap this whole damn thing and start over. But y'all not gonna win. You're not gonna keep dragging us in this mess. I understand what he's saying, and I understand what the young lady is saying. We're not legally we're talking about is not, we don't have a legal standing to support what we're talking about. But what I'm saying is if we don't start to curb this and start moving in another direction and establish new pathways and push for a new way to operate, then we ain't gonna never get out of this mess because they already rebuilding.
Yeah.
Oh
Hold
yeah,
on,
we
real
get
quick.
out.
Hold on, real quick, lines. I want to let everybody, but
Okay.
I want ATPTV to respond.
Yeah.
Thank you, host. Can you drop me?
Yeah, I'll drop it. Okay.
Thank you so much again.
Nice meeting, speaking with you, RC.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You're welcome anytime, brother.
Thank you.
Make sure. So thank you, Fannie Lou. Know your full name. Fannie Lou Hellfighter. Okay, I love that.
I know it's a lot. Sorry.
No, that's all right. You got my that's my shero, Fannie Lou Hamer. If you don't know, get your shot.
My bad.
All right. So the illegal part of it is that, again, and I said it earlier, the legal piece that people need to focus on is what did they do to declassify us throughout generations. They gave us different names. We were not listed. We were not listed under tribal names for those who have amalgamation or you have attachment to a tribe, right? Because that portion of those nations literally legally had anybody who was of mixed ancestry with any slave removed off of dog rolls. They literally tried to wipe out families who still kept their heritage. That is the indigenous piece. I know what you're talking about. But when you're talking about the constitutional framework, we're not under a treaty. That was literally, if you follow what just happened in the hearing with the Supreme Court, the U.S. Solicitor General for the executive branch under Trump, they had a whole hearing about birthright citizenship. If you go on YouTube, you can look it up and listen to the entire hearing. We've been legally going through the entire hearing to ramp up to get ready for lawsuits. If you don't understand that piece, then you have to get into the conversation to understand that piece. To the FBA minted coin, that's genius. I like it. I actually created a coin that I'm working on getting minted in regards to digital work. I think that finding different avenues to build economics is going to be a really, really good thing. The second thing is, or third, I mentioned state power. You have to get you state power so that way you can work on federal power. But we have no power right now because we can't seem to get into our minds that we need county, city, local county, city, and state power. Representation that looks like us, that talks like us, that will move the needle for the things that we need. That's a conversation. I
But do you know
love
why that is?
I love that cousin said, he said social contract. I could dig it. I could get down with that because a social contract means that you now get to dictate how people are going to trade with you, how they're going to do business with you, how you're going to do business with them, and then also what does it look like for you to build a community in a majority state or
I don't want my kids, AT. I don't want my kids keep begging, going and keep asking and begging. No, it's time to take. So if we're gonna do it forcefully, that's what it's
Let
gonna
me
be.
give you a different perspective on how to look at that. How about build?
Yeah,
The
we need
framework,
the
the framework.
we need our educated people. We need them. We need the black lawyers, the black doctors.
Yeah,
We need those. But
yeah,
you also need people like me. That's a warrior, and that's gonna
yeah.
be like,
Yep.
You're
we
right.
He's
not
You're
finna
right.
right
we
about
not finna
that.
ask.
That's a
He's
fact.
It's
right.
time to take.
That's a
He's
fact.
right. Get him from all sides.
That's a fact. And that's why I say we don't want to run anybody off, because you don't know who we're running out of FBA that could be beneficial to us. They could be one of our doctors. They could be one of our lawyers. They could be one of our tech our technology people that we need.
There are
We don't want to give our genius to somebody else. But let me say this. The reason why I say we're a tribe. Okay, the reason why I say we're a tribe, even though we're not what do you call it? We're not a classified tribe.
Right.
Recognized. We're not a
we're not
recognized
Recognized
officially,
tribe.
tribe.
There we
we're
go.
not
Right.
an
We're not a.
official.
We need to start moving like we are.
I got you.
Okay.
I
We
got
got
you.
we got to
I
start
got
putting
you.
things into place and say, "Hey, brother, the code says we're not supposed to treat each other this way. So why are we treating each other this way?" That's
I
what the
got
code. We need to start going back, like people say the Bible says. The Bible. We no. The code says. The status of the treaty says the status of say that again, Fanny.
I am
What's it called?
student. We don't need a military because the states have military, honey. If you
I,
understand the
I,
power of
I,
the
I
sovereign
got you.
understanding
I
of the
got you.
no,
I
I
got you.
was
But
talking
No,
to
but we
I would
do.
say it like, let me try this. A
The Nation of Islam, I kind of like how they got it structured, because they do got something called the Fruit of Islam. We need we got to have our warrior class, and we got to have our business class, and we got to work together, and we got to be strategic, and we got to know how to use
somebody
each other for the mutual benefit of the group.
too much. He
In the
said,
B1 brigade, there are many positions in the B1 brigade. You have a position and we have space for you. We're not always going to agree, but the
We're not.
code keeps us online. When we all, as Sister Fanny was saying, if we all start operating in the same way, everyone is going to have to respond to how they
Right.
Keon, bring your big
interact with
forehead up
us.
here. Keon, bring your big forehead
Now,
up here, son.
Manny,
Bring your
I
big
feel
forehead up
you
here,
on
Keon.
quite a few levels, but again, brother, yes, we need you in the B1 brigade.
Keon, if you don't come on this platform, I'm gonna block you, brother. Bring your big forehead, musty tether self up here,
Heavy.
sir.
Heavy.
Manny, I'm gonna welcome you to my side. We're not the most popular side of too much, but I'm the. I
No,
always say,
I love
can the
man. I love
militant,
Manny. I
can
love
the
Manny.
warriors,
I
can the
love Manny.
warriors speak? I'm gonna go ahead on and I'm gonna adopt Manny. That one is mine. Y'all going on. I'm just messing with you.
I
I'm
love.
just,
Listen,
I'm
I
just
love
messing with
Manny.
you.
I
But you
love
know,
Manny.
FBA.
Manny, no, I never kick him out, man. I appreciate this,
Yeah,
brother.
yeah. Make
I
sure.
understand what he brings to the table. I'm not kicking him out. I
I
love
know,
Manny,
I know. I'm
but
just
I'm
saying
saying
that
that you
Manny
gotta,
is more like me. Manny is more like me. We're not to the point to where we are doing a whole lot of more talking. I mean, we have spent the better part of 150 years. We've given all the scholarship, the data, the blood, the sacrifice,
Sweat and tears.
the cheap labor, the free labor, the children, the sacrifice, the imprisonment, every way that a person could reject a person, every way that a group of people could be mistreated. And I'm talking all the way down to the bottom end of the rabbit hole, all the way. Any of that, all of that, we have done that. And for the future to be slated to have to redo that or rewalk that walk, we refuse to walk
I
that way.
refuse. I
And
refuse.
and 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 this is the other thing, and I'm gonna be quiet. What I was gonna say about FBA, whether we know it or not, and this is historical pretty much. FBA is already in its second generation because we started out online, but people now have been saying FBA so much. Those that are not even on social media are now inquiring as to what that is because so many black people are looking for an alternative. And so it's coming off. the website. It's coming off social media and it's going to hit the streets. Once it hit the streets, we who are now on here that are discussing this need to have some kind of SOP available saying, look, we got the Black Constitution, we got the FBA this, we got the
Yeah.
da-da-da-da-da, and start putting this stuff in the streets and in the hands of the new generation of individuals that's going to have to carry this on. And
Okay,
that's
hold on
our,
real quick. Keon, bring your big forehead musty self up here, sir. Don't run, or I'm just gonna block you. You've been in this live, brother. You can have an opinion, but don't be a keyboard warrior. Come up and stand on business. Present yourself. Cam up, and let's have the conversation because you're saying a whole bunch of nothing in the comments, brother.
he said he's scared of debate. That's what he got down here. He said he's scared of debate.
You need to make room for
If you
people.
if you scared, no, we got room. If you scared of debate, then stop keyboard warrior. Keep your mouth shut, and there's no debate. You can have an opinion, but come up here and stand on it. That's all I'm saying. Don't be afraid to stand on business. Come up here and stand
Don't
on
waste no
business.
more time on that little
Go
small
about
time
yourself.
thing. Roar, go ahead, man. We ain't heard from you, Roar.
Yeah, they was talking about um, um, too much was saying that we need like a treaty or whatever you want to call it. We all understand what he's saying. We need some type of, where everybody can look at and say, okay, this is how we treat each other. Um, Back in like 2018, I was kind of like, this country is built supposedly. It's supposed to be like a God-fearing country. And we all, from time to time, we do talk about religious things. There's platforms for that. And then there's times where we don't. And, but there was something that I felt like the Lord showed me that has already took place for what we need. And it's right there in the book of Esther. Esther was a girl who was actually a brown person, a Jewish person. But when she was little, her cousin told her, Mordecai said, you need to change your name to Esther. And don't tell nobody that that you actually is really a Jew. So her name was Hadassah, but they changed it to just like us. And the Lord said, now I'm giving you this. He said, this is your whole history, the book of Esther. It's only like 9 or 10 chapters, not that long. So what happens is Haman started persecuting them just like us. Everything is perfectly, exactly, I mean, it's a duplicate of what happened to us. They're in another land. They're in another land that they were taken captive. Some of the people went back to their homeland. Some stayed. Esther and her uncle them stayed. This guy came up with this plan. Looks just like the 25, whatever that thing they came out with, the Trump group and them.
Project 2025.
Yeah. Okay. So Hammond came up with his Project 2025, and he got the king to sign it. So Mordecai came up to Esther, and said, Esther, do you see what they're doing to our people? Because she had became queen. She had found favor, and a few of us find favor. And he said, now, if you don't say nothing, he said, for such a time as this, he said, Esther, how do you know that God didn't put you in this position? That's how I'm looking at too much in different ones. I see that God has gave them favor for such a time as this. Okay, so he said, now, if you don't do it, he said, deliverance is going to come in another way if you don't do it, Esther. So Esther was a little concerned because if you're not summoned by the king, that's instant death. Well, unalive. I'm sorry about that. And so she said, okay, y'all pray and we're going to fast for 3 days. And I'm going to try to go before this king and see if I can get this thing reversed because it was in law now. It was a law. They was getting ready to, woo. And so she did it. She went before the king, scared to death, but she did it for her people. She sacrificed her own self. And so, but the king, when he saw her, he loved her so much. He told her to come on up, Esther. He held out his scepter. He said, what do you want, Esther? Even unto half of my kingdom. And she said, well, they done devised a plan to persecute us and to rid us like a genocide. And Hammond tricked you. And she told the background what Hammond had did to trick him. He was so mad, he instantly called his guards. He said, go find Hammond. Got him. Hammond was scared to death, shaking his boot. Matter of fact, he fell to his knees and grabbed Esther. And then the king got even more mad. He said, what are you going to do? Ravish my wife right in front of me? I mean, this man was shaking in his boots. He had already made these nooses and hang notes so they could hang the Jews. So the king went and told his guards, go put Haman on his own nooses that he built, his own laws, in other words. Everything they're trying to do, they will be hung on the very thing that they thought they were going to hang us on. The Lord said, tell my people this. So Esther, the king is not allowed to reverse a law. So they said, how can we change this? You write a higher law. So they came up with the idea to write a higher law, since you can't change the law. You can't change the Constitution. You come up with a higher Constitution. So that's what the king done. And when he came up with the higher Constitution, if y'all get a chance, just read it.
You just gave us the whole thing, man.
It reversed the previous, anything they ever tried to do was reversed because there was a higher law. Now, so the Jews started going crazy, shouting, and the law said that the Jews were allowed to protect themselves, policing their own neighborhoods. The Jews were allowed to protect themselves from any harm, any danger that would assault them or hurt them or harm them. They were
Lion.
literally allowed to unalive them and take their booty, which
We
not
got
not the booty, not
we
the
got the
shaking booty.
educated
Y'all know what the
people.
booty I'm talking
We
about.
got the educated people
Okay,
around us, but we
so
also got them black. I'm on that Black
so
Panther type energy.
so
That's what
so
I'm on.
so what happened? They started. That's why I said with Manning, you need all of them. You need the soldiers. You need the doctors. You need the law. You need every one of them, because they all have a specific experience that they have experienced over here. So we don't. So it'll fall in line eventually.
Yeah, because
Oh,
you
now
have to protect the weak. You got to
you
protect the
have
weak
to.
so they
You
don't
have to.
sell out.
So what happens is, all of a sudden, what looked like a terrible thing, all because of Esther, which was a now. She is perfectly our story. Her name was changed. She's in a strange land,
I get
but
some.
then she finds favor. Who gave her that favor? God put her in a position to change the whole thing. All God needs is one individual in this land. He don't even need a group. He take one man, an old man, Moses, take over a whole nation. A man without a gun or nothing else, a stick, a crooked stick. Okay, so I'm from that basis. I know that God. And this is what he showed me. And he said, this is and so I literally sit here and I wrote like the Esther law for this country. But these are all ideas and stuff that I'm just waiting, because he told me before, he said, I will bring men together and I will do certain things. And I'm not going to get into all that. I mean, I'm going to take up the line. But this is
Yeah,
just me.
brother. It is real strange. We appreciate everything that you bring to the table, and don't want to dilute this down to get on the religious path right now, because
Right. I
although it is
understand.
powerful, we don't want to stay in this lane, but we do appreciate everything you got popping. And don't get it twisted. We all understand at this point in time, we know that we have his favor. We know that his favor stands and shines on us. That's not the point. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, correct? that is what we've been told, and so this is why we're supposed to not protect ourselves, because he's going to come down here and protect us. But in the meantime, we getting dealt with in the most
Well,
horrific way possible.
you missed what I
No,
just
brother.
talked
No,
about.
brother. No, brother.
They
No,
literally
brother.
went out and unalived these people.
He ain't
Es-
missing. He ain't missing what you said.
Esther and them people went out
Yes, brother.
and
And
fought.
that's what's
I'm not
happening to
saying
us
that
right
God
now.
used the people to change it. In other words, I'm not saying waiting on something for God to come and do something.
Lies. I don't think
I'm
you.
not saying that.
But you say you ain't nobody. We don't. Well, I don't miss what you said. I don't think
Now
cousin
I
missed
get
what
it.
you
That
said either.
let me tell you what
I never said we're waiting on God to come and help us.
let me
You
tell you
missed the
what I'm hearing.
whole entire story.
Let me tell you what
No,
I'm
brother.
hearing.
The
Hold
point
on real
is, you
quick.
said that there was a king who
Hold
rewrote
on
it.
real
And
quick, brother.
listen, I'm not knocking. Okay, that king's
Hold on
not
real
here
quick.
right now in this time frame. What we're
Cousin, hold
dealing
on
Well,
with
real
the
quick.
today
king is
is
not.
a little bit.
Look, it's an
Hold on,
analogy. The
hold on
king
real
is the
quick. Hold on real
government
Brother,
quick.
I
that we
understand.
under.
Lions roar
I
and
get
cousin.
it,
Hold
brother.
on. Lions roar and cousin. Let me tell you what I got from this. What I got from all this. We gotta have a
Yes, that's all
higher
I'm saying.
law or
That's all I'm
higher
saying.
status of apparenda
There,
above that even
that's
of
right.
what they've given us.
That's right.
That supersedes that.
That's right.
And that's where
Just
that
like
treaty.
blockchain did. Just like
Yeah,
blockchain did.
yeah. We gotta have a we gotta have a higher standard even than their standard that supersedes their. So what I'm getting out of this is we gotta have a.
Listen,
We know how they
what?
want us to
Hey,
deal
too
with
much.
each
Hold up
other.
for a minute, real quick. If there's a storm coming to Georgia or California and the meteorologist says there's a storm coming, do you know the only thing that can stop that storm? A higher storm that pushes that one north or east or wherever. That's the only thing can stop that storm is a higher storm. Now tell me I'm wrong.
I'm not gonna say that. Okay. So yeah, I actually lying. I actually like this. I actually like what you brought to the table,
A
brother.
higher storm is the only
It
thing that
made
can turn a tornado, a
it
hurricane,
made
or anything.
Which
perfect
is
sense.
good, but now we're gonna have to do something because the veil is thinnest right now. We are in some changes that America is taking some profound changes as far as politics, as far as people waking up. We're at the veil is the thinnest right now, and we only have 3 years
To
because
start
Trump them don't know what they're doing,
building
and
this new system right now.
right, the
A
veil is
new
thinnest. This
system.
is the
A
thinnest that
new
the veil has
system.
been.
Listen, we got to
I
start
love
building
this.
this new system right now, family. We don't got time to wait to play.
I'm on
Listen,
fire.
I'm gonna say it like this. Listen, I'm 10 toes down for reparations and everything, but
I ain't waiting.
this new system
I'm not waiting.
is way more important
I'm
than
not waiting on
reparations.
no reparations.
Than
And if the
doing that.
brother like Manning want to
I
get down
get
on the
it.
street, I'm backing him too.
I get
Well, the
it.
point is that like what too much is trying to say, y'all.
We
The
got to build
veil,
this new
the
system.
veil is the thinnest right now. We have never been
We
so
can break it
close,
any day. We can
so
break it
close.
any
The
day.
veil is the thinnest because we have movement in the cosmos, movement on the earth,
It's,
movement in the hearts of
it's
men,
all pointing
and
to
we have
us.
movement
I
in
can
the
tell you
world. I
that
mean,
with
there is
Abraham Traore.
movement.
It's
We
all
got
pointing to us.
hold on. We
I'm
got to
sorry.
chew gum. We got to chew gum and walk at the same time, y'all. We got to
Thank
build
you.
this new system, and we got
That
to stand on reparations. Any ground that
All
we
of it.
get,
All of it.
we got to make sure we
All of it too
stand
much.
and we
All of it.
don't get and don't move back. We
We
got to come
gotta
out with
we
some
gotta
type of
move
written.
with
We
vigor.
got to come out with some type of written something that says this is how we treat each other moving forward.
Yes, sir.
Something that some of that our kids can look back to and say this is written out. This is how black people are supposed to deal with each other. This is how we're supposed to move. This is how we're supposed to deal with other people who are not from our community. We gotta stand. We gotta put those things out. Make those things known throughout all 43 million. Of all 43 million, these know we got a code of honor. Our code
And
of honor says we conduct and we do this, and then
So
we
what's the
gotta.
code though?
Huh?
there
What
What's
go
you
the
mean?
Black.
code? Because
Let's hear from Black. Black haven't had a chance to say nothing. He been trying to talk.
Hold
Blacks
on, what you
Real
say,
I,
bro?
Rebel.
I love all of this that y'all doing. I love what Brother Lion said. I love what Cuz said. I love what you said, bro. When you came on here too much. Like I'm just keeping in the buck with y'all. Like I guess I might be one of the youngest on here, right? But I'm gonna say it like this: we need to find something to change the younger generation before we change anything, because they're gonna be the ones left to straight to deal with it. Our time is coming. We a little bit up there. We a little bit older, so we gonna see the Lord. It's about what you do right now and what you teaching these kids moving
That's
forward.
why we got to
Because
get that code of honor, make
The
that
time
standard.
is not coming. The time is here.
Yeah, that's
it's
why
not,
we
it's
got
not.
to
He's right. The time is here. So I'm an artist, and I got
we
a
got to
song. It's
build that
called
system.
When God Come, right? But it's not even about when God come, because God is here already, and we're not understanding that. We're living in a time where nothing is promised. These little kids walk around ready to do you and me because they don't know no better.
That's
They
all
they
you got
don't
to
want to they don't want they don't
code of
want to
honor.
hear from they don't want to hear from the old head trying to tell them something good. They don't want to hear none of that. They moving in the light where if their parents and their family members don't break it now, it's not going to be broken.
They don't want to hear it because they want to
Blacks.
see it.
It's
I'm
already
blacks.
cracking. The walls
I'm
are
in my
already
30s.
cracking.
Wait a minute,
I'm
Lions.
30. I'm 30 years old,
The
blacks.
time is here.
Okay, Manny,
Okay,
you might be the
so you
youngest.
know
Yeah,
exactly what
So
I'm talking
everybody's
about then.
Manny is the youngest. Lions.
Manny, so you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so they don't want to hear it because they want to see it. And Lions, if I can say this, if I can share this with you, hopefully this will add to what you were saying. The man in the hearing said, he told the Supreme Court, he said,
Who's that, sweetie?
his name is General Sowers. He is the Attorney General for the executive branch.
Okay.
He told the Supreme Court, he said the plaintiffs, or excuse me, the beneficiaries of remedy to harm have never come and petitioned
Mm-hmm.
the judicial system for remedies. And
Mm-hmm.
they said to him, well, if the beneficiaries were to show up, would you acknowledge them? And he said, yes, but he said they've never come to petition their remedies in front of the Supreme Court. To your
Oh,
point, does that resonate with you?
It does.
I'm
It does.
absolutely,
tired of hearing us
100%.
saying, I'm tired of
Absolutely,
hearing us saying,
100%.
we shall overcome. I'm
No,
tired of that song. I'm tired of that
Manny,
song. No,
listen,
we
listen
gon'
to me.
overcome.
Manny,
Nah, I'm on that type. We
listen.
going to
I got
overcome.
you, Manny.
That's what we're saying, the same thing,
Manny,
man. I'm saying now.
listen, hold on. Let me harness your warrior spirit, because what you're ready to go do, there is a time and place for what you're ready to go do. What I'm trying to
Man,
explain to you is that when it is time, just be prepared. But there is a way to wield your sword without losing your life. Can I walk with you on that? Are you okay with that?
Yeah, because we gonna need him, and we don't
I'm
want
gonna
we
Correct.
don't
say
want
this.
him.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Lions.
say this.
Lions.
This
I'm okay. I'm
the
AT.
time.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But I rather sacrifice
Let me
myself before I
let
have
me.
my kids going through the same
I'm with you.
shit.
I agree with
I'm
him.
keep
with
But
We
hold
you.
on.
all
keep
feel
Let me
that,
say
talking,
this.
brother.
Manny. Keep
Hold on. Let me say
talking,
this
Manny.
real
Let
quick.
Manny talk, y'all. Let Manny talk.
I
Hold on. Let me
love brothers. I love brothers like Manny.
hold on. Let me say this real quick. This is not the time to fear consequences. Y'all saw what Rodney Hinton Jr. did. I'm just saying, this is not the time to fear consequences.
Yeah,
We
we
got to
can't.
have that spirit that says,
Fearless,
bump the consequences.
fearless.
We're
Well,
going
I
to
mean,
stand on
you gonna
business.
experience the consequences whether you're
Right.
trying or not. I
That,
mean,
that,
That's
that
why my
you're
name is
either gonna
Lions Roar.
hold on. Let me say it like this: you're either gonna experience the consequence of a lion, or you're gonna experience the
That's right.
consequence of a lamb.
I'm a
thank
lion.
you.
I'm a
So
lion.
I'm gonna say it like
That's
this.
all I'm gonna
They
tell you.
unalived me. They
I'm gonna say it
unalived
like
me
this.
200 years ago, so I can't
You're
die. They
either gonna
unalived me 200 years
experience
ago.
the
I'm gonna say it
consequence
like this.
of being a
Right
lion,
now,
or the
right
consequence of
now,
being a
this
lamb.
is this is what we need right now. A whole bunch of people that's willing right now, like Manny. he's willing to crash out. But meaning, I'm gonna tell you straight like this: make sure you do it the right way. Make sure you
No,
do it in a way
we need to all be
Don't
kids,
worry,
where your
peacekeepers.
don't
kids don't
worry.
want to follow
Joshua is
behind
here.
you, Manny.
The chief captain
Make
is
sure
here.
you
Don't
do it,
worry.
Manny. Make sure you do it in a way where your kids don't want to follow behind the steps that you're doing, because that's the thing that we have missed as people. We went outside. I went out there and I did all the bad things, and my kids watched me. Now, guess what they want to do?
It's a bad thing.
Just like Dad.
Guess what they want to do?
They
You
wanna
understand?
be like their
So
father.
they want to be like Daddy. Daddy's that dude. Daddy got everything. I
They
got
love
money, I got
Daddy.
cars, I got all that. So they looking at that and seeing my life and they glorifying that. So instead of me saying, "Oh, you be like that," no, change. You be better than me.
Okay.
You do what I didn't do. You do what I couldn't do.
Okay.
So it starts there. If we don't have a mind frame where we teach our kids about real life, what Manny's talking about is real. What Lion is talking about is real, and that's the only way. There's no other way. We how long we gonna be slaves?
I have not heard one person say anything wrong on this panel.
Come on.
We
Everything
got to
that
get
Me
we
either.
got to
So I'm
get our
gonna.
we're
children
So I'm.
all
off the
part of it.
So
material
I'm
All
gonna.
part of
of
it.
Conversations
love.
like
So
this,
I want to
these are
repeat
the
my.
It's
conversations
Yeah,
all
that
part of it.
I was trying to see where TV was going, because she was about to tell us. I'm trying to understand. They said the Supreme Court said the beneficiaries of.
I'm just taking my
The
time, and
14th Amendment never petitioned the government.
Well, how is that possible when that's all they've been doing is
no,
going through the channels? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, you're fine. I'm just waiting. I'm listening because again, these are the things that we go through because when you introduce new information, people, I don't know, how do you say it? We tend
It
to
takes time for them to process it.
yeah, there you go.
Well, I
So
was sure, yeah, because the Supreme Court is saying that. I'm just listening for you to tell me the whole thing. That's what I was listening for.
yes, ma'am. Okay. So the whole thing is what it comes down to is that they stated that we have never on the federal level declared our class certification. And we've never come to the federal court to do so, which is true. And what we found in research was on the state level, all of the descendants that were winning their cases in court, they were given terms like freedmen or free men, free, right? Because those who were formerly enslaved, those were the ones mentioned in the Constitution. But on the state level, you have to remember the federal government and state level run parallel when it comes to power. So what the states were doing was every generation they kept declassifying us to these different terms like colored, let me see, colored,
Negro.
Negro.
Negro,
Grows. African
persons,
American.
persons of color, not people of color. That's some new stuff. The people of color. They changed they changed that term, and then now you have the term minority that's also now used on the state level. So what they did was every time that happened, the state was trying to avoid having to justify standing. So when they were arguing about the Birthright Citizenship Act of the 14th Amendment, the General Solicitor, his name is John Powers. He said, "Well, this was for specifically the formerly enslaved and their descendants." However, what their founding fathers forgot to do was write themselves in as citizens. So what they did, U.S. citizens, what they did was attach themselves through naturalization. And they attach themselves through naturalizations, and naturalization has a process saying that you have to be in the country for 2 years and then go through the process of citizenship. They forgot to do that. So then the case of Wong Kim Ark comes up when they brought all the Asians, the Chinese over here to help to claim that they were finishing or building a railroad that was already laid. The slaves had already did that. Um, the Chinese immigrants had a son who essentially was born here. They go back to China. He's here. He ends up going to China to see his family.
He couldn't get back into the country. So then he sues the United States, the federal United States. And he wins his case because the interpretation stated that if you were born in on the soil, that you will be considered a citizen. That wasn't true. What they found, and this is what they're arguing, they're trying to make their case in July. Hence the Esther conversation. They found that, and they're trying to figure out whether or not that case still has standing because according to the 14th Amendment, as it is amended, you have to go through naturalization or be what? Born here as a descendant of the formerly enslaved. Those are the only two that are recognized in this country. And when I'm explaining this to people, as we have found under the legalities of what it is that our next move should be, I'm telling you to declare your class certification under your name. What your name is, who are you called, from those who you descend from. You have to declare it as a collective, and you then take it and you tell it to the court. You say, hey, the resources that were supposed to be meant for me that the states kept giving to everybody else because they kept declassifying us to these different names, they gave it to other people
You
so
got it.
that we couldn't get our remedy.
You got it.
Do you understand? So
You got
So
here's
we
the
it.
need to
answer.
go. So
So
we
here's
need to go. So what we need to do is
That's
what?
exactly what I was
What?
trying to tell you.
so
What's
so
the move? What is
slowly.
the move?
So slowly, this is it. So I've drafted up a legal. Right now, I'm taking it to actually have it have the merits to be vetted.
Are you a
Uh,
lawyer? Are you a
I'm
lawyer
not a
by any chance?
lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. I work with a couple of people.
Okay.
So I drafted up a pro se suit on behalf, and what we're going to do is, if it meets scrutiny, state scrutiny and federal scrutiny, we're going to send out a template to every descendant. And what you're going to do is you're going to file this in the district, the lower court, civilly and then constitutionally. And they're going to have to correct vital statistics. They're going to have to correct um, census records, and they're going to have to correct the names of the beneficiaries, meaning that all the names that belong to us have to be identified under the formerly enslaved and their descendants, because the federal government recognizes it, it meets standing, and the state government also meets standing. That's both of those two entities who have been denying us our remedies of harm. Hence, again, when you're looking at the conversation around why it is that the incarceration rate is so damn high, the incarceration rate is so damn high because, again, they have that slave clause in the 13th Amendment. If the states were allowed for people to ignore that clause and they were using it to reincarcerate people for money, that is against the law. Slavery was over. Emancipation happened. That clause should have been amended because
Yep.
the only people that clause can pertain to is descendants.
It's all
That's
in
it. It
Esther.
does not pertain to no one else. That's the reason why
The whole
you ever
story.
see people say, "Well, why is the law applied to black people differently than it's applied to anybody else?" Because of the 13th Amendment has a slave clause. So they left their imprint.
So if we
Hey,
say
hey,
that
T,
the
you
14th.
need to break that, like, for people like me from I'm from Mississippi. For people like us,
Hmm.
like we get kind of confused of everything you were saying right now. But I understand where you're coming from.
Yes,
So I,
sir.
I I think you probably need to break it down in damn near in layman's terms about what you just said, because I was trying to follow you, and I understand where you're coming from, but we like
So,
go ahead.
no, so essentially, if
I
you were,
mean, town hall, bunch of town hall meetings to break this down. Once you set it up, At, you're gonna
There you
have
go.
to let us know it's done so we can know what's the next step.
I
Yeah.
got you.
Yeah.
Because I
Facts,
mean,
because
And
I
then we
definitely,
need
I
to get you to the
definitely,
new black media.
You
yeah,
know, you know, you can hold a
some
town
type of.
hall online, right? You know, you can hold a town hall online, right?
No, you can do town halls online.
yeah.
You can.
Okay.
Yes, you
All
can.
right. So
It's virtual for everybody.
Yes, you
okay.
can.
So maybe I'll do that. I can
Well,
do that.
what you do is you make one video, you make one whole recording with all of your presentation parts
Mhm.
to it, and then let people, whenever they get time, make the link available. People can look at it on their own, and
Okay.
then you after that you give it a time so
Any
you
questions they may pose, you can
quit,
answer.
and they can, you're gonna have to. The only breakout is that you're gonna have to make sure that whatever the questions are,
Hold a Discord. Hold a Discord. You can have up to 100 people in that room.
okay, yeah,
Hold a
this.
Discord. You can have up to 100 people in that room, and they're able to ask you live questions after you say what you need to say, and really
Right.
do it like a town hall. And then make that video that download available to everybody on social media,
Okay.
especially our people. Make sure we know where it's at. Make sure we know what time it is. Like I said, we're not always gonna be able to fit in that room because they only have 100 people. You
So
can
then,
even
That's why I say make sure we put the new black media in that group.
yeah. Make sure you got some media from the grassroots in that town hall meeting that you do, so they can
free.
write about it, so they can document, put it in papers, put it in magazines. Let me tell you what went down at this meeting, and this thing will be epic.
Mhm.
Make a
For sure.
newsletter.
For
And
sure.
I could put the newsletter. We could keep it going. The only thing is that once it gets started, hey, it's
Well,
on.
See, hold
what it
on, hold
sounds
on.
like she's saying that we're doing is we're watching the court system, and for every decision that they make, we have to have an immediate response team.
Right, and hold on. Do y'all see what's happening when we start taking ownership of our lineage? When we start calling shots and we start classifying ourselves and we start making moves and we start petitioning, that's powerful, family.
Well, the spirit is already moving.
They can't stop us when we move like that. All they can do is respect us.
So can I just say this? So I had this conversation on a space on Twitter with Black Majority State, and the next day when I went to the store, this woman walked up to me just out of the blue. And she was like, "Hey, so someone said that I have to meet somebody and ask them 3 questions, just small talk." And I'm very, aware of my surroundings because that's how my mother and father taught me. And so I was looking at her and said, "Oh, okay." you know, I'm playing along and I'm listening to her and I'm talking to her and stuff. And I'm looking at her how she's dressed. And I said, okay, I got you. The thing about this is, and I say this on this space um, as I said it on X. If anything ever happened to me, I did not do it. I'm not suicidal. If I can say that, I would never harm myself. I would never do anything to harm myself, my children, or my family.
All right.
So once this paperwork is done, someone will have it so that they can get it out to everyone. And it needs to go to everyone so that they can file their declaration. And it's called an emergency injunction, declaratory injunction for class certification. That is what it's called.
Okay, so then your next thing is go to change.org.
I need a
And
copy of that. I need a copy
change.org
of that.
Yeah, I
petition.
need to write that down too.
Yeah, put it on change.org as a petition. And then,
No. It's
No,
it's a suit. It is an actual lawsuit that has to be filed in district court. The
yeah,
lower court.
that's fine, but I was saying to get the information out about the suit.
Got you. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying, is it a?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You have to.
Garner support from
Can you
people
get
that may not have any access. You go to change.org, set it up to let people say, I support this move, because change.org is petition based. So
Right.
it would be hundreds of thousands of black people saying,
Change.org. Okay.
so they can't come back at you and say, well, who all is supporting you on this, or who
Right.
all is, do you have the support of your community? And of course, the politicians are going to try to take it over and then try to change it or whatever. We're not going for that. If they see that it's a whole lot of people that have signed a petition that are basically supporting what you just said, They're less
So,
likely to try to knock it off.
according to the hearing, there have to be filings on the lower courts from everybody. So the petition is cool, but everybody has to have submitted their filing in court, meaning that the lower
Right.
courts have to get they
As
have
in 100% everybody?
it don't have to be 100%. It just has to be enough to show, okay, these are people who are coming out saying we are the beneficiaries, right?
Right.
And
Right.
now once they have those it happening across the country, what they'll do is take those cases and put it into one
It's
case,
exactly the
and
same
then
as
they'll
Esther.
take and
Exactly the same.
then that case will go
Exactly
to
the
the
same.
Supreme Court. It has, but
Contact the lawsuit.
it has
Man,
I
I
can
to
wish,
go through
man,
I'm very
it has
surprised
to
that the
go through
Supreme Court
I
ever
wish
did
it
my
it.
family, I wish some of
Esther
my
was
family in
awesome.
Mississippi
it has to
was in
go
this
through
space.
from there's 12, what did they say, there's 12, no, not 12.
That's what a class action
Manny,
lawsuit is,
Manny,
family.
you just gonna have to hold on to this and remember all of it and give it to them. Don't let none of this get away. Hold
So
everyone,
so
listen,
hold as
so
all you
when
much
you
got
as
to do
file
is
possible. So
hold
when
on,
you share it with them, you will know where to tell them to go.
right,
hold
and so
on.
when you
All
file
this
it,
is going on YouTube, you guys. If you guys miss anything, just go check the Too Much Moxie podcast on YouTube. It will be uploaded there.
Thank you too much.
Too
Thank
Good.
you.
much is under the same name. Too much
Yeah,
under
Too
the
Much
same
Moxie.
name.
Yeah, Too Much Moxie podcast.
Okay.
Everything I do on TikTok, I upload it onto my YouTube page.
Oh, okay.
Go back to my YouTube page, and you got it. You got everything I've ever done on TikTok right there on YouTube.
Yeah, I
Okay.
ain't know that. I ain't even know that. I
Mm-hmm.
appreciate that because my
Yep.
family in Mississippi, like,
So they can watch
man, they ain't they still think life just gonna be like this, and it is what it is.
This discussion was. I mean, it was pretty
and
powerful.
and TV. Thank you for showing up on the panel today. You thank you for bringing some legality to what we're
Yes.
talking about.
Thank you.
We
Thank you.
appreciate you for this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
I
you.
We
like that quick
appreciate the work
response.
that you're doing.
Okay, but
Yes.
I still got one more question though, because she's saying that the Supreme Court is saying that that the beneficiaries never came to to seek a remedy. I'm trying to understand what they mean by that, because we have had reparations requests for 120 years.
yes, but
So
only on the state level. So we've never petitioned the Supreme Court to say we
She's
are the beneficiaries.
Right.
right.
so
The
none of
feds.
our
We've never petitioned the feds. We've petitioned the states. We've
States,
never petitioned the
not the
feds. This
feds.
petition is going straight to the
To the
feds.
feds.
Well,
I guess we
it has to
start that
start
all of
at the
our
lower
stuff was
courts on the
federal.
state.
Huh?
So it'll start at the lower courts on the state level, right? And then once they get multiple cases,
Yeah.
go into one case because they'll say where are all these cases coming from, right?
So
And then
what
they'll
she's saying is we're not going through any politician anymore, any Democratic Party
Right.
anymore, any
No
Republican
party.
Party anymore. We're just going to file directly with the courts.
The people.
That
Right.
bunk their
Bump.
studies. Bunk.
Yeah.
I love it. Everything they're talking about
We
that
have to
they
hire our lawyers, and
cut
we'll
us
have to.
off from doing. All these little meetings and these town hall meetings that we go to, and we have to talk about what we want, and then we got
That's
senators
garbage.
no, no, don't, no,
That's
no,
crashing out our
wait,
garbage.
wait,
meetings.
wait, Paul. So you need to attack all three branches. The legislative branch is where the commission's work is being done, right? Because they're trying to work with politicians. That has to go on. The judicial branch is what I'm talking about. And then what the executive branch is you have people that are saying, oh, we need to get something in front of the president. That's all three branches: executive, legislation, and judicial.
Uh-huh.
If you do those three things, you would have to surmise that the beneficiaries for repair and remedies of harm on the state level, they have to be acknowledged by the Supreme Court. This is what the general solicitor was talking about. If you go listen to that hearing, the hearing that was done on May 15th, and the state solicitor general was also at that hearing. It will blow your mind. And this is why I say that, like, I try to take this stuff slow because It's a lot of information to try to process, like what Manny was saying, but it's so important because at the end of the day, where you fit at and where God has assigned you to during this assignment, that's where you're going to see a lot of change. Hence, which is why I was saying to Lions, does this resonate with what you were saying when it comes to Esther?
I don't even have to say nothing else. You just described the entire book of Esther. That is exactly what took place. Only little difference is that it was done through Esther, but this is going to be done through the more so through the people. It's still okay because whatever
Don't
works
worry,
for.
sister. We gonna fast and we gonna pray.
But I want to say this. This is thank you too much. I was just getting ready to say since Aptiv, I think his name is Aptiva, since she said I would never harm my children or myself or what herself, and for a person to say that, I don't take that lightly.
Oh no, we have
Okay,
seen.
hold
We
up.
see,
I don't take that lightly, and I wanted to make sure that before we close, too much actually just said it. Could we, you know, pray for this whole thing and maybe for her too? That's exactly the same thing they done there. They just, took, prayer
we pray.
because listen,
Brother, we pray for the best of our people every day, all the
I do
time.
too.
Prayed all the time over here.
But
I
we
do
need,
too,
but we need
you
Lions,
can
bro.
never
We
do it
need our
enough.
brother to pray also. We need this
Talking
brother.
about
This
we
brother has
prayed on
powerful
here. We
prayer.
prayed on the platform. We
They,
prayed
they,
right.
they, they don't understand.
We need you to pray, brother. I'm with it. I'm with it.
We waiting.
Yeah.
What you doing?
Um, Too much. You just let me know if you want to do that. It's your platform.
No, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. We pray for our brother, Big Rob King MC.
Yes, we
Going
do.
through cancer, and that was powerful. And
Yeah.
I hear what this sister is saying too. And I'm on that same page, y'all. Y'all ain't never got to worry about me harming myself because I love me. I love me a lot.
Me
Okay,
too.
And
so
me too.
And
you
these
know,
people, these
yeah,
people are actually really wicked. I'm saying
yeah,
because
it's real.
they
It's
hear
real out here.
stuff like this. They hear stuff like this, and they are that wicked.
They track you down. I've been
They
watching them
will track you down.
Yes,
track you.
indeed.
Too much said
They,
one time his back door was open.
Oh yeah.
yeah, they will track you. They will follow you. They will track you, and
He
then they
said
will
he said
work
he
with.
didn't leave that door open.
Listen, hold on, y'all. Listen. Y'all know Wi-Fi. Y'all know Wi-Fi, right? I'm at a local Walmart, and I'm trying to get onto my Wi-Fi.
All right.
I have Wi-Fi in my car. And you know how you pull up the list? Excuse me. You know how you pull up the list of Wi-Fi's in your area?
Yeah.
Why did I see something that said tether too much? That was
Okay.
Wi-Fi.
That tells you everything you need to know.
Why did I
Yeah,
see something that
somebody
said
around
tether
you. Yeah,
too much?
somebody around you got a Wi-Fi named that.
They following me is
They
what I see.
following him.
Yes, and
That
they're
that was
mocking
that
me.
was supposed to be a joke to let him see like a
Yes,
little,
they're
push. Like
mocking.
yeah, like
They're
boy, we
mocking
watching
me.
you.
They're mocking me.
They're mocking him.
That's
and
why
and
you
I, and
supposed to
I
put it
still
in.
don't know who this person is or what. I'm like, man, listen. I was on the Twitter, and I don't really use Twitter, but I've been starting to use Twitter like that. I tried to turn off. I was on this space and I commented on this white tea supremacist thread line, and I gave them the business. Why I couldn't shut my phone down, and they kept playing the watermelon song over and over
There you
and
go.
over.
There you
They
go.
they done somehow hacked into everything, and I all I heard was the N word, watermelon, water. They played that whole song, and before, and then when I logged back on to Twitter, that account that was attacking me ended up getting banned. Twitter caught it,
Look at that.
but they sent me that song. As soon as I opened up that song, I could not unmute my phone. I could not turn it up or turn it down. I couldn't close out my phone. That song just kept playing, and probably for like literally 5-10 minutes, the song was playing.
While I'm sitting here writing my Esther stuff and writing out an Esther law, my computer shut down and blocked me from getting back into my app that I was using. And it's never done that. And then when I got back in it, they had scrambled my material up. I had to go put the material back together.
That's why I had to drop earlier and come back in because it started echoing. So I
So
was
I could care less what anyone thinks. I'm way up the road. I'm done. I died 200 years ago.
When
Okay?
I start
I'm not afraid of nothing. My name ain't Lions Roar to be playing around.
when I start following too much, I could never stay on his live
Oh yeah,
long.
they don't want people coming in my room. They don't want certain people
They
coming in this
blocked
room, man.
for
They don't
weeks.
want
I
it.
couldn't even
One
get back.
time a state trooper stopped me on I-75. He called, he said, he said, your brother played for Michigan State defensive tackle or something. I'm like, brother, my brother does not play for Michigan State. My brother is a crackhead. And I said, so he keeps thinking I'm someone else. So
So
then he tells me I'm under arrest. You know what I done when he tried to grab me? I took him and I threw him in the ditch. This is it for entertainment purposes only. I threw him in the ditch on I-75. He crawled out of the ditch. He said, I can't believe you put your hands on me. This is during the Rodney King thing. And I said, I can't believe you put your hands on me. I said, because you came and tried to grab me first. I'm finna cut this story short. The end of the night, he gave me my license back. He gave me my beer back, which was not even open in my car. He knew he was done. I had a witness there. He was calling me out of my name, calling me some dude named Sean. I don't know what this dude was thinking. And so he had to. He gave me everything back. And so the next morning, yeah, I was a little shocked that I had got that angry that I had grabbed the state trooper and threw him in the ditch on the highway. He could have shot me. I didn't care. I was already dead. I'm dead inside. I don't have no fear, no man or no intellectual because somebody been to school 50 years. I rely on the God that delivered them once. So he can take one man.
Amen, brother.
I don't need a
Amen.
group.
Amen.
I don't need a group. All I need is the one that created this earth on my back, got my back. And when this woman said that she would never harm herself, I take that kind of stuff serious. I don't care what anyone thinks about prayer. Prayer was what got us out of them chains.
okay,
So
let me say this real quick.
I respect all religions. I don't care if a person is an atheist. I love them. So, but
That
I
Negro.
also love people like Manny. He tired, man. He tired. We all tired.
That Negro, I want you to follow TV, man, if you don't already follow each other. That Negro works on policy. He's also moving to, I think he said Delaware or Maryland. Where you moving to, brother? From Washington. Where you moving to?
who I am.
Delaware. Delaware.
Y'all
Yes,
know each
sir.
other already?
Yes.
Okay, I kind of figured. Somehow I kind of figured that. Somehow I kind of figured that.
Who is that? Oh, it's Rella. Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay, how do I know these things, man? I just kind of just figure. I knew y'all had to know each other. I just knew it. When y'all start talking about policy and y'all start having some information like that, you must be rolling with that Negro.
That's some powerful information.
What's up,
Well,
Negro?
it's important enough for us to
I'm
be able
chilling.
to
Good
follow
morning,
it.
brother.
We can barely hear you though, brother. You gotta get into your mic, man. We can barely hear you.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, glad to be here. Just coming to, I knew you guys was gonna be cooking on something in here, so yeah, just coming to touch base and see what's up. Listen, get some game.
Man, make sure you say some prayer for your sister over here, man. She is get when you start. See, here's the thing: when you start doing the work, when you get out of the talking realm and get over into the doing realm, you become dangerous. That's why I say that movie Total Recall is so important. The moment you start getting your memory back and you know who you are and whose you are, you become dangerous, family.
Well, the lady was talking about the name changes. The names go back to our original names. That's exactly what Benjamin Yahoo them did. That's not his real name. Go Google it. They all had to change their names to make it seem like they came from that region. And that's how they were able to sustain themselves. They changed their names. His name ain't no Benjamin Yahoo. whatever over there in Israel, they all changed their names.
Right, but they did it here so that they could benefit off of the
I know that. I'm just giving an
so they could
example of what
benefit.
you, I'm just riding off the back of what you,
Oh,
I
okay.
understand all that.
Yes,
I'm
gotcha.
just saying what she's saying is right. See, because they even knew that. They knew that themselves way back in the 40s.
Make sure you show up on Tuesday TV and that Negro. I have a brother that has done something interesting. I don't know if it's useful for us or not, but I want to investigate it. I'm always the type of person, I'm going to inspect what I expect. I'm going to investigate things and find out and figure out. I'm going to learn this brother's story. He's also bringing up another brother called Henning, the Murray math trading system. And that's going to be very interesting for us to understand and know, because it's already being used in AI right now. This Murray math trading system, but the quantum financial system is what's important. But also, I want to get into this brother's story, because he says that he is a diplomatic immunity. And I want to see how that can work with what you're trying to do there, or if we don't even need to touch it at all. But I want you to come in, I want you to at least listen, and I want you to be there to ask questions, because we're going to do a deep dive. I'm gonna try to do a 2-hour podcast on Tuesday, but if they're willing to stay longer, I want to go longer. So as a young man, he doesn't call himself FBA, but he is of the lineage. He's a foundational Black American, but he's more on the humanitarian side. So he's not going to be talking our language, but he has some useful information that he is currently using. And then he's also friends with another man that has had a 10-year track record, well, longer than a 10-year track record. I'm pretty sure he's a billionaire. I can't confirm that or not, but he's bringing this man on here who's actually a YT man who invented something called the Murray Math Trading System that allows people to kind of predict where the kind of predict where, if the stock's going to go up or down, and it also works the same for cryptocurrency. So both of these people are coming on at the same time. They're going to talk about something called quantum financial system, which I think we all need to understand and know about, because it's also going to be on the blockchain. And I keep telling y'all that's the new system that we need to start building on. And this is already on the blockchain. So I want you to come in and make sure you're there Tuesday, and bring that scholarship and bring that legalistic mind that you have. You too, that Negro. I want you there too, brother, if you can make it, to help us inspect this brother's information. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, because it's ready to turn over into the old financial system goes away on July
Okay.
18th. Y'all do know that the old goes away, and that they're starting the new quantum system. American financial system is changing, and as of July the 18th, they're actually going full on with a new security, a new financial system. Period, that includes the blockchain, and so the way we do business now, they're basically trying to get us ready for this coin that they're trying to come
The
through with.
stable coin that they're coming out with, and they already have it. They already have it, but they'll have it's called a stable coin.
Right.
And
The banks are now going to embrace, because at first the banks were not on board, and now they're gonna force.
they don't want to be aboard that because it destroys their decentralizing. But you can. I just want y'all to know you can centralize crypto.
Right.
Ethereum blockchain is a centralized network. Blockchain is a centralized network. Now it may be decentralized, but it can also be centralized, because you can have your own blockchain. Just like the FBA coin is in phase 1 right now. By the time it reaches phase 5, it will be on its own blockchain. It will be the foundational Black American blockchain. Does that make sense? And we can put other coins on that blockchain, just like the Bitcoin is on blockchain today.
And how does that work with the banks again?
Okay, so the banks. So if you ever heard of fractional banking it tells you how much money you're supposed to have in reserves in order to lend money out. Okay, in the financials. Well, since COVID 2020, and I got to be careful. Everything is for entertainment purposes, and everything is alleged. Okay, this is we're just going down the conspiracy. Y'all know what I'm saying. Wink, wink. For
What on
TikTok
black?
purposes, all the above. This is, but fractional banking. They no longer are able to have that 25% reserve anymore. They're able to lend all of your money out without even having the money in the bank.
Yeah,
So that should be alarming because that means that your very paycheck that you think is in your account is not really in
it's
there.
not really there.
You're just spending the credit
Right. That's
because they
all.
lent that money out already.
They bent. They soon as
And
they
they don't even
turn.
have to have 25% of your money in the account anymore. They're taking all of
Wow.
it out.
Wow.
So and this has already been done since 2020, y'all. This has already been in
Yeah.
place since 2020. And again, we have y'all got. That's why this platform is so important because many people, whether you say God or whatever, have come on
Right.
this platform and gave us key information that we can Google and research and find out and verify that it's true.
Mm-hmm.
You can everything I'm saying. You can verify this. You can just Google and find out. Just understand what fractional banking is, and then figure out how much reserves banks need to have on. They don't
Right.
have to have anything. They can lend it all out. So what does that mean? That means nothing for us, but everything for the super rich. That means that all our money is going into their pockets because they're the ones borrowing the money,
They're in the
leveraging
system.
our money to build whatever they want to build.
Our
See how
money
that
is
works?
And
They're,
that's
they're,
how
they're they're
that's how
essentially
they
building
destroy.
things without ever touching their money. They're
right.
using
That's
our money to build everything, and they're not even touching their money.
but they're not putting the money back, and that's how they destroyed the Freedmen's Bank.
Well, that's the reason why black people, especially older black people, I'm talking about even predating baby boomers, never trusted the bank. If you go back, if you grandma hid her money in the couch, in the
But
bed, behind the
take
wall, dug up some holes in the backyard, and that's where she going. That's where you don't sell that land. That's your grandma or your grandparents' house because there's money somewhere hidden in there.
So how do
You
you
just
guys
ain't
feel
found it.
about so how do you feel about actually trying to charter our own bank?
I
We
don't
said
think
it.
no. We're moving to the blockchain. Banking is not. You didn't
We
understand this
have
right.
black banks now.
Yeah.
No,
You didn't
no,
understand
Now,
this
we're
right.
not properly investing in them, but
Banking
they're there.
institution.
no,
The
no.
banking.
I understand. I understand we have black banks, but what we found is that we have black banks that people who are not American descendants are descendants who are claiming to be black own the banks that have the highest amount of money. We had this discussion last night. Shout out to Black Majority State. He pulled up this information, and we were watching that again. We have people who are claiming to be us who have large amounts of money under credit unions that are listed as Black American. But when you actually look at the people, excuse me, who are in the banks claiming those terms, they might not even be descendants. It says Hispanic, there's like
That's
Latino,
interesting.
and
That's
all these
interesting.
other people who have these large sums of money. If you look at the NCUA on their website.
So, so chartering our own bank doesn't make sense because we're switching to a new system. And anytime we deal with the banks, we're in the banking system, and we don't want to be in their system. We want to build a new system. We already have a bank. We already have a decentralized bank right now. It's called the FBA coin. I just need everybody to do their due diligence. FBAcoin.org. Do your due diligence, and then start supporting that. And many more of our banks are going to start popping up, but we need to do everything on the blockchain. Everything needs to be moved over from the old system into the new system. Our people are not going to feel comfortable leaving the old system until we have something that they can go to, a new system already built. I'm saying we got about 3 years to build it. We got 3 years to get this thing popping so our people can say, okay, we feel safe. We're going. We're going to build platforms on it. We're going to build social media platforms on this blockchain technology. We're going to build everything. We're going to put our FBA code of honor, our code of everything is going to be done on the blockchain where nobody can take it away. Nobody can erase it. Nobody can crumble it up like a piece of paper and throw it out. Nobody can delete it. The moment we put it on the blockchain, it's forever and it's transparent and it's time stamped. everything. Hashtag everything. It's secure. The only thing we got to worry about after that is super intelligence when that comes, and they've been able to hack everything. But that time has not come yet. That time might not be as quick as people think it is. It might be something way out there. But even then, I think blockchain is an ancient technology that we just found again, and it's the only trusted, transparent system that we have that's better than anything that we have now is actually just trying to duplicate and copy the blockchain, but with control. The blockchain cannot be controlled. That's it.
Well,
If we're
that's
going to do it,
that's a
we're
great
doing it in the
thing.
blockchain.
Going to that, running that same thing, we go back to what she said, chartering a bank. If you look at what's happening in the business world, people are being encouraged to open up a trust and
We
become
should
their
be
own
too.
bank,
Yes.
become their own bank, and so they can play into each other that way too. But I'm trying to get a timeline TV, APTV on where we at and what we need to be doing like right now.
So right now, the thing that I'm trying to do, like I said, is actually get the merits. Once I get the merits of the suit, kind of looked over through a um, law. What do they call them? They call them a case studies.
Are you working with anybody on this?
Right now,
Yeah.
no. Mm-mm.
You
So
can't. You
we
can't. You
so
can't be doing
basically,
this
This
by
is you
yourself,
doing
sister.
this solo sweetness?
Sister, you
Yeah,
can't be doing this by yourself, sister. You gonna need help.
I'm
You
not
gonna
trying. I'm
you
not
gonna need
trying
people.
to. I'm not.
No, she's not trying to, but she's got more information than anybody else has.
No,
I,
because I've talked to so there's a few people that, like I said, that in the spaces I run into, they know about it. I've sent it to a couple of people. I've even talked to an attorney.
Yeah, Negro, I'm surprised you're not helping his sister, brother. What's going on with you, brother?
That Negro's in the he knows
He's
what
in the group. He's in the group of.
I've
well,
heard
I,
of.
I understand that not too much can be discussed on this platform. I get it. I was
Right.
just trying to see. Um, I don't want to jump the gun or anything like that. That's why I was trying to see what to do. And again, if you come back on here, because we're on here a lot, just keep us posted so we can know when we should be moving and how.
Correct.
Because we don't want to overstep.
Oh, sorry, sorry.
No, I
Were,
got you.
were you were you done, ma'am?
Oh yeah, Tony, go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. Too much. Yeah, bro. That link that I sent you, that you joined, remember?
Mhm. Yeah.
That's it. That's what Rella's, or that's what TV. What do you call her? TV. TV. That's that's what she's talking
Yeah,
about,
that'll
bro.
work, bro.
Yeah, that's the same. It's all. Yeah, that's us. That's the
So
black.
y'all are so I'm just making sure she got some people with her, man, because this is important work.
Well, I didn't know. I don't know about this, like banking. That's way above that Negroes.
Oh, thank
No,
you.
no, no.
I was
That's
just
No,
it.
that's something that she threw in later. We're talking about what she's actually the thing she's working on right now.
right, right.
Yeah,
Well,
And following the
let me
court
know.
cases.
Supreme
Okay.
Court, because I was confused as to how it is that all these hundred and some years, none of the black politicians knew that we had never approached the Supreme Court as beneficiaries. None of the politicians tried to push this. Nobody.
They knew, but they're only concerned about um they were trying to find a way to get all black people remedy for reparations. This is why it's such a big deal, and this is the reason why I'm just taking it slow, because the CLBC has already stated that they are supporting any and all things.
Man,
Um,
this the type of sister we need to rally around. These the type that don't talk about on TV. Sister like that, that's the type we need to promote. These, I'm telling you, man,
Turn
and
off the TV, brother. Don't listen to them because they ain't working in your favor.
I know, and I just been listening to her. I just been listening to y'all, man. And these are, I'm telling you, these are type of sisters that don't know about to talk about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
we the
she going,
strongest ones because we give the best information and don't know how to take it, and everybody take it for granted because it's free. But they don't understand that we trying to free our own self along with y'all. Everybody trying to be.
Right.
But go ahead and say. You said that the politicians. Come on.
Yes, ma'am. So the politicians know about it, but they're trying to get everybody that's melanated so that they can get the bag. This is the reason why I push back against Narcan and Cobra. I push back against groups that say, "Oh, well, we don't need reparations," or they want us to fall under one big umbrella so that way they can funnel money from the government to the nations. So in order for us not to have that happen, you have to declare yourself. You have to declare yourself as a class. You have to certify yourself as a class. And so
And
when I found that out, all I'm saying is these people know. They've been new, but you have a lot of people who are not descendants in this country who are in politics. And as soon as the declaration is filed, we have not seen pushback yet. And the moment it gets filed, just like I told you, as I stated it before, I would never do anything to myself. I love myself. I love my children. I love my family.
But shit's about to get deep.
well, the thing I read, the thing of it is that part of that TV. I know you remember a couple of months ago we were fighting the reparations with the lady in California because the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, who actually writes the checks, basically were trying to get black people to establish a status where it would be the FBAs as opposed to all the other lineages that have been put up under us. And we were trying to get separate from them so that we could have a actual terminology on the census uh, for FBAs completely. And then we are delineating from all of the other. That was a huge discussion, and they had a big thing, and they had people. They didn't put it out though, and
I was
so,
I was the
huh?
last I was there. I was the last one who actually I was the last one on the call to give my
Okay,
feedback. So
right.
so what I'll say is this. If you soon as I can get this in front uh of the because I've already reached out to the attorney in Tulsa. He thought I was asking him to take on another case, and I wasn't. I don't know if maybe he's ignoring me or if the CLBC has gotten to him. That's the one that that's Mr. Solomon. He's the one that he's over the elders in Tulsa. I just want him to look at the case to see if it meets all of the scrutiny so it could be filed. At the end of the day, if no one ever looks at it and I file it myself, that is what is on my heart because I've gone to the law library in my state in the courthouse. I've already done the research. I've done my homework. I've even passed it on to people in the circle to look at it. I just need a attorney to say, okay, hey, this is what we missed. The crazy part is I ran into a civil attorney at the courthouse, so I wanted to email her, but she's not of the lineage. My biggest issue is that I don't want it to put it in the hands of someone who's not of the lineage because this is so important. It wasn't by happenstance that God had me watch this hearing and that the information I got from it, I did what I was supposed to do. My biggest thing is I know what's coming next. I already know. What I'm saying to you all is once it's done, you have to take it and you have to file it. You put your family's names on there, your parent family names, both of them. And then you say, this is who I am, and you declare your class certification. Once that is done, the next lawsuit, major lawsuit that will go up against the United States will be the one declaring the right to file a suit for all remedies. That is remedy of reparation. That's the harms. The states will be in trouble. The general said in that hearing, if you go listen to him, he said the states have never had this type of issue of trouble. So they're in for a rude awakening if the beneficiaries decide to file a suit. He
When,
said the
when,
forfeit,
sister,
he said,
when?
huh? Said it
She
again?
doesn't quite have the win yet. She's
I don't
working
know.
on the win.
Right, there you go.
Yeah, but
You need,
it
you,
sounds like Rella. It sounds like you're sitting in a spot where you have ready on help right here. Is what I'm hearing.
We just ain't saying nothing because we know what it is, but that's why I'm trying to get the information as much as she can tell me before I hit her in the back channels. But the deal is, this is happening. Believe that. Just know that it's definitely happening. We just got to get the information as far as she can go, and then we can talk about other things that she's basically saying without saying later. But it's
Yeah,
definitely.
don't not do this by yourself. You're gonna need
So
with something like this. It's
you're
too
not
Look,
by, you're
important.
not
she's
alone.
looking for a proper lawyer. This I'm gonna say this again. This is why I think you really do need to get in touch with Jason Black and yeah, the Black Authority. He should be able to point you in a direction, or at least get you a black lawyer that's from the lineage for sure.
Yeah,
So,
a good civil attorney.
mhm.
well,
I
You
mean,
might even want to hold on.
constitution. Sorry,
You might even want to go through the Nation of Islam. They got lawyers.
Uh,
what happened? What happened?
I know how people feel about that, but
no,
they, you know,
I have no issue with the Nation of Islam. Um,
I'm just saying they have a system
Information.
already in place.
I'm
They've been
totally.
telling us
We all.
what we should have done a long time ago, and we didn't listen. And I'm just saying there are some they have black doctors, black lawyers. They that are of the lineage.
they have the
That
pieces in place that
exactly.
we might need access to.
Right. Listen. This is not about inventing a new system. This is about tapping into a system that's already up and going because this is too important. This is too
And it's just
important
a
for
suggestion too, sister.
yeah.
no,
It's
no,
just a
I'm not
suggestion.
against. I'm not against it. What I'm saying is that
What's your Discord?
huh? I don't have a Discord.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, you need to join the Discord. You too, that Negro. You need to join the Discord.
Okay,
well, I'm
okay, and
on. I'm on Sunday
y'all. I
Socially.
suggest just saying.
You guys
I,
join Sunday Socially,
yes,
but
yes. Damn, Rella, taking the words
I
out of
was
my mouth.
trying not to. Maybe that's the
But
Discord.
yes, yep.
Okay.
And we'll go
Because
So
read
Join what,
this.
sister? You started to say join what?
funded socially.
Funded
oh,
socially.
I'm
okay.
on
Is it
there.
set up? Is it set up?
Uh huh. Mhm.
You kind of have to navigate to get to the right area. I think that Negro. I think you helped me navigate because it's kind of you can join it, but
Yeah,
then it's something else you got to do to get into
yeah.
the actual right room.
It's different. It's our own IOP, y'all. So it's our own internet operating provider. So we like have our own spot. Um, too much is already there. Rella knows way more than I do about it. But yeah, we all need to go to because I have Discord too, so we need to be there. Y'all need to be on Thunder socially, and then we can really talk and make the big things really happen. Damn, Rella, hey, stop being mad at me too, sister, please.
Okay.
Well, this lady, I don't know. Somebody's in the messages saying Tracy Hannah 23 saying that she's a recovering attorney, but you ain't got no face on here, Tracy.
Yeah,
We don't.
you gotta have a
We
picture, and
don't.
we gotta be able to
I'm
verify
sorry, we
who
don't know
you are,
you.
Tracy Hannah.
So,
You gotta be, and
Lineage,
most importantly, you gotta be of the lineage. I
yeah,
know we got all these people
yes,
just
that
ma'am.
say, I just love black people, and I want to, you're disenfranchised. I got you, but we need people of our lineage. That's gonna help.
here,
Yeah.
so we don't know. We don't know.
So and we don't give out the picture, so that's we can't really trust that.
So I'll just say this: if you know somebody, even I'm not against, like I said, the Nation of Islam. If you know anybody that definitely wants to have the conversation, and they are descendants,
What's up with they don't have any lawyers on Funded Socially?
I don't know. You know, there might be. It's a bunch of people have joined. Um,
See. This is always my reservation, and I probably just didn't do my due diligence like I should have on Funded Socially. But I saw some people that just look like a bunch of Democrats on there, and I just like, I'm not interested.
so
It's
we
all
don't.
kinds of
Yeah, it's
us.
not a party type of
I
thing. So
got
like,
you. I got you, but I'm just saying what I saw, and that's probably why I didn't go back like I probably should have, and didn't
mm,
really tap into it because when I see something that looks almost like what's that other one with I can't even think of that other brother's name, but they
fan
started.
base.
Yeah, I'm not even. I don't mess with fan base at all. I won't
Mm.
mess with fan base.
Hell no, neither do I, bro.
I won't mess with fan base. It's
Did some
nothing but a
crazy
bunch of
stuff.
Democratic kills on there, and you'll never catch me on there.
Funded, the owner is definitely doesn't really get into the duopoly like that. So no,
Yeah, I
it's
don't mess with that dude. I don't mess with that dude at all, man. So when I see stuff like that, if I see a bunch of shilling going on, I gotta check out. I don't from both sides, Republican or Democratic, but really, if I see a Democrat on there just trying to push, and I see a lot of boulets on there too, y'all. Just so y'all know, I saw some boulets on
fan
there,
base.
some Greek letterings going on over in the Funded Socially.
I
So
mean, it's
that
for everybody. It's a social. It's just like X. I mean, you're gonna
I
see a
got
whole.
you. I got you, but
But
I
you're
need
not really
some
pushing any particular ideology.
I need some
Yeah,
FBAs on there. You know what I'm
blacks,
saying?
black, black,
I need some
black
FBAs on
Americans.
there.
I mean, other than that,
Well,
these
you know, the veil
guys
again. I'm gonna say this again.
power. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The veil is the thinnest that it has ever been,
Right
and I'm
now,
saying all the way around, universally speaking, everything in all things taken into account, the veil is the thinnest that it has ever been for our mission and our movement. Simply
Yes,
because
ma'am.
everything is up in flux, things are in flux, things are being reconsidered, things are being brought down, things are being reassessed, things are being exposed. I mean, we're finding out this is like a huge information dump being put off on us. But if we have the time to section through it, the veil is the thinnest for a movement like this. And so it behooves us to get in a hurry.
Yes, ma'am. Agree.
I agree.
That's why I'm moving to Delaware. Literally, I'm in Washington State right now. I lived here my whole life, 45 years, and probably July, right around July 1st, just because we got the governor to sign this proviso out here in Washington. So I get to go take my picture with this dude with my Make the American Negro Great Again hat on. um, but I'm gonna be sitting there, take that picture, and then once that happens, ma'am, I'm moving to Delaware because funded socially, yeah, there's all kinds of people in there too much, yeah, but there's specific people in there, such as Rella, such as myself, such as Black Majority State, such as DJ. There's a lot of us that are specifically trained on what we're doing, and really building there. Hopefully, what we need to do is build our own everything, complete internet system from the ground up. Um,
Blockchain, baby. Blockchain, baby. We
yeah,
got
yeah,
the
yeah,
internet can be shut off.
yeah,
Blockchain, baby.
yeah. And I agree with you. Yes, sir. And that's where we're starting to build. Right now is that funded socially too much, and you're brilliant with technology, so we need you over there too, man, for real. Uh, and Discord, I got Discord, so please send me everything, y'all, because we really are doing this. So sorry, Rel, I didn't mean to step on your feet.
She was um, so we got another thing I wanted to say too is that on this particular on Too Much's platform, we have so many different ideologies and different things that come through, but we keep it FBA, and I hope that's not a slight,
Yeah.
but
That's
we
what
keep
it
it,
is.
we have to keep it FBA simply because,
People,
again, we spent better part of 120 years trying to find some support and build a tribe, and they kept getting burned down and exploited and COINTELPRO. So now, because all of that's been found out and people are now guarding against that, the veil, I keep saying the veil, that's because the resistance is the lowest that it's probably going to ever be because people are in flux. They're switching sides, changing tribes, finding out who they are. People are now starting to see who their friends are, who their friends are not. And all of that's on the backs of everybody else expecting for us to fight their battles and ignore our own battles. So it's just pretty much FBA over here.
if I can say this again, the document. Once you get the document and you understand the form of the information, it represents everybody who is of the lineage who are descendants of the formerly enslaved. Once you get to that position, there is no argument for fracture. And
Where? Okay, sisters. Not that. Are the documents available yet?
the document is it's not available to the public, but it is completed. Yes.
Okay.
So we
Is
wait.
there
No,
a timeline on when it can be available to the public?
So I was trying to give myself the timeline after the attorney looks at it that I can put it out right away. So that paperwork could get filed before July.
oh, how
So
much is the attorney? How much is the attorney? Is it already paid for, or are they working pro bono? Or
I won't know that yet until I get that information from you.
all right, well, that was okay.
Once I get that information, that'll be something I'll have to come back and I talked about that with Black and Jordan and just to let him know or let people know what the cost would be. So yeah.
Is there like a GoFundMe or some other funding source that you're using at this particular moment?
I would use Give Send Go. I probably wouldn't use
What's the
GoFundMe.
name? What's the name of the page?
Give Send Go.
No, that's the platform. Do you have a page on there?
How can the money get directly to you?
Zelle, I guess. I don't really have anything set up. Like I'm saying, all this stuff is in
Oh,
the
okay. Okay, so all of this is okay. Got it.
Man,
I'm
you got
sorry.
it, ma'am. You got to get this stuff. Listen. That's why I'm saying you need help. You
She's
don't do it
focused
all by
on
yourself.
A. All this B, C, and D. She ain't. She's just
That's why
slow
she
on it.
needs help. That's why she needs help
I,
because there's
I,
B, C, and D. So these things need to be set in place because understand people. You're saying something and people want to give into it, but they got to trust it.
too
There has
much.
to be a sense of
Too
trust
much.
that goes with that as well
Too
too.
much. I got you. I got you. I'm not new to this. You have to understand. I am a real person. Literally just went through a someone graduating out of my household, summa cum laude. I have a real life. So trust me, I got you. I understand what y'all talking, what y'all saying. I'm just saying, I'm just now giving you this information and the things you're asking for. I'm just saying right now I don't have those extra things.
But there's a timeline on this, right? You said you got to do everything by July, right?
I would want us to have everything done by July, yes, because they're supposed to be coming back. I think the Supreme Court is supposed to be trying to make their ruling in July.
Okay, so you got some work to do, man. You got some
We,
Okay.
work to do so
well,
we,
we can so we can
listen,
if
yes,
you want
sister.
people to
You know
take you
we got
seriously
that
and
for you.
support it.
we
You
got
got
some
work to do, man.
we
I know we got life. I always say this: life is gonna keep lifing, but we got to make
let's
things
say
happen.
let's say we too much.
Yeah,
we.
we
Yeah, we.
try to. I mean, I'm certainly ready to help. Definitely, but I
If
just don't want to. I don't know what to do, and that's because now.
Here's my thing. There's something called the Black Something Project, and I'm like this. Look, everything has to be organized. We can't just throw mud at the wall and see what sticks. If you have the structure built, guess what? People will participate in that. But if you don't have a structure built, it's hard for people to know what their roles are and what they're supposed to do. So that needs to be the first thing that needs to be built is the structure. You got the product. But we don't. But what I'm not hearing is the structure of roles of what people need to do and how they need. Because you can say I need help, but how can we help you? We don't know how to help, and it's kind of vague right now. So I understand that you got life and you got things. Everybody has life. Life is going to keep lifing, but you got to start getting. You got to build on the infrastructure. You got to build that structure so you can get the help. See, it's like you can go to a lawyer with the product, but still, if you don't have the structure in place, the lawyer's going to be like, "Well, you got to do this before I can help you." So get the structure in place. Start figuring out. Use Chat GPT. Use Gemini. Use these AI things to help you build the structure and start working on building that structure. So we can come in and they'll something to you that lawyers, man. That's not going to be difficult to get. Go, do an online search. Start interviewing people. Tell them only what they need to know. Make sure you have that NDA. That's important. NDA. Make sure you get those things cracked and you get people that, if there's some information that you don't want to give out, there needs to be an NDA in place so you can protect yourself and protect that information. So you got to get that structured thing going so we can, because you came to the right platform, man. We actually do the work over here. We do
It's
we're all
just,
about
I
building,
see what
building,
she's
and
saying.
building.
It's just gonna take her some time,
I get
and
it, but
she's
life is
getting
going to be.
there. Yeah,
July
she's
is right
getting there,
around
but
here.
it can only,
I got a marriage wedding. I got a wedding in July. That's next month, brother. July is right around the corner. How much structure and how much can you do by yourself between now and July? Life is going to always be there. I'm sorry. I'm a little hard. I'm a little. Let me tell you. I come from the school that says, hey, you get it done. There's a must element. There's no excuses. You must do these things. I come from that era. I don't come from the I got excuses. I'm not putting you down, ma'am, any way, shape, or form. I come from that type of world where life is gonna be life and you must do certain things in spite of. So that's where I'm because I come with that tough love. Don't blame me for my father for raising me this way, but this is where I come from. I don't make excuses. I know that there's a timeline, there's life in the way, and you must get things done. I built a whole cryptocurrency coin in 3 months with a must attitude. You know what I'm saying? You don't ask questions. You knock down those doors. You ask for permission later. You apologize later after you do it.
Yeah, my cryptocurrency coin, it didn't take me a month, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I didn't know any coding. I had to teach myself all those things, and I made my coin sophisticated. It's not a meme coin. It has smart contracts. If you look at the white paper on my coin, fbacoin.org, you plug it into your AI, you're going to see that there's no coin out there like it.
Gotcha.
There's not one. So I come from that world where you got to have that must mentality. July is right around the corner. If you want to get it done realistically in July, there's a lot that needs to be done, and you
No,
probably shouldn't be doing it by yourself.
oh no, I know. It really needs to be done in June. It
Yeah,
is.
we
So
got to whatever you need. You
so
just
you're at the right platform, but get that structure piece ASAP, 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 so people know what their role is, so they can come in and help you. If you need somebody to help you find a lawyer, somebody needs to be taking that off your. Somebody needs to take stuff off your plate so you can focus on what needs to be focus on what the meat of it. Give us
Okay.
the vegetables, give us the potatoes, give us those type of works to do and let us do that so you can focus on what the main thing is. And like I said, July is right around the corner. It's right around the corner.
Give that Negro. I want the greens.
There you go.
well,
There you
I
go.
can help you. I can help locate an attorney, a constitutional lawyer. But I need to look at that. What was the name of the actual YouTube video that you said this information?
It is the birthright citizenship. May 15, 2023.
Okay,
You can go
okay,
on C-SPAN YouTube has it.
okay. C-SPAN on May 15th.
Yes, ma'am. Hmm.
Yeah, that's what I need to look at just so I can know. We've been at this for a long time, and I'm glad this is the first sign of real light, true light that I could see um, coming through, especially now that Trump is whatever he's doing. But birthright citizenship was never a conversation like it is now, and so this is a prime opportunity
I
for us to
watched
dive in. Do you
it.
do you subscribe also to the AB 3121 that California just did that whole 1,000 page
I'm from
study?
California.
Okay, huh?
I said I'm from Inglewood, California. Yes.
Okay. They just did they have the AB 3121. They
Hmm.
printed out the actual final study, and
Yeah.
it's got a lot of good stuff in there too.
Mhm.
So,
Well, they're trying to fight the because Shirley Weber's Akila Weber and the CLBC wanted they want to pass a bill that actually does another study on the genealogists. They're trying to they want to prolong this thing because, again, they're waiting to try to see if Kamala's going to try to win this governorship position. So they prolonged it. And I think they did that on purpose by denying the hearings last year for
hmm,
that Senator Bradford did.
right.
That way, Kamala could get in office by having Gavin Newsom not pass those bills. It was really hurtful. It was definitely detrimental. And we won't forget.
Oh no, but I'm trying to understand why they want Kamala for something like that. She never championed any of those types of um, bills.
Because she's the most trusted. They know she's gonna do what they want her to do when she gets in the right position.
But she said she wasn't going to promote, or did she change that TV? She changed her stance.
I don't
It's
know, to be honest with you. I don't know. I heard her say that I know she's been listening they've been listening to our spaces because they have this tour going on called State Power. And since people have been talking about migration, all of a sudden now they have a tour called State Power. Black Majority has been talking about state power and migration for some time, and they really, really listen to the things that we say, but they have no intention on actually making sure that we are actually repaired. And this is why we have to be the ones to be in those spaces, even when it comes to summits, when it comes to conversations about how people in populations or areas that have a larger population where we are, how they can get state power, because that's going to be important. We can't allow them to control the narrative. That's
that's
what
right.
they're trying to do. They
Keep
want
fighting
these
to do that.
positions to control the narrative again. We can't allow that to happen.
Okay, well, that's great information. Um, Again, I'll be paying attention. I'm gonna go on and look at the video. I didn't get a chance to see that because if you notice the information, even our own people are blocking that birthright citizenship conversation.
Yeah.
Our own people are blocking that.
Yeah, because they don't want to unfold the conversation around how immigrants are able to have, to get resources. I mean, they've been getting resources because we've never declared the beneficiaries to our state and our federal government. So what they do is they just keep classifying us. The new term now is minority. If everybody gets under the term minority, guess what? The states can honor that because no one's challenging it. No one's saying, okay, well, who are you talking about? Who are these people?
Right. And they're not going to break it up because now I just saw 2, 3 weeks ago that the Jewish community is now considered a minority in the MDBA space, the minority business development, the supply chain, the whole MBDA minority business track that ensures contracts around the country. Now, the Jews are now considered, now they are a religion. They're not a group of people, but they have now established themselves as a group of people, a minority, and are now able to bid on those contracts as Jews, as opposed to um, that being a religion, it is now a minority. So anybody can go under there, which is why we have to move now. We have to
Yeah.
start to move in our own name so that
On our ancestors' backs too is
Do
what
y'all
they need.
understand what she just said right there? They're
Yeah.
already a conglomerate. They're already a monopoly. That gives them more power to monopolize now under minority.
Hmm.
right assumed it,
Do you
and they got a
understand how that? That's crazy, y'all.
And they're
That's
only doing that because
diabolical.
you have not again, like I said, and I'm very very serious. I really am not a bullshitter. Um, once this is filed, I'm trying to tell you, y'all think that you're dealing with yourselves when it comes to the different terminologies. You haven't seen anything yet. You
Amen.
have not seen anything yet, but I do know one thing. I serve a good God,
Amen.
and I know that I'm protected. So even in this life or the next, in this body or in a new body, my mission will be completed.
Ooh, I feel what you're saying now, Rella. That's heavy. And what I'm saying is, wait till, wait till, man. Don't let nothing pop off till I'm out in Delaware, man. Don't like wait till, man. I Cause
July the 1st is coming
she
around the
got.
corner. You're gonna be in Delaware by July the 1st.
I'm gonna be right here in Virginia. I'm not in Delaware yet, but we've traveled to Delaware, so we've seen some things.
Yeah.
So
That dude, that one of those mayors, he basically filed for reparations for the Indian group that he um
Hmm.
mayor of. I don't know. I don't know much about that. That was a couple of years
Delaware.
in Delaware.
It's
Okay.
just so many. There's so many of our people there that just need to wake up. They just need to get this education. That's why I'm going. I'm gonna run for elected office. Actually,
All
Mm.
right, you guys. I gotta close this thing out, man. I'm gonna give everybody some last words if they want to say something. I
Thank you
want.
so much.
You're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. Come back. Come back. Get some last words, and I'm gonna have a cousin close this out. Fanny, you want to go first?
Yeah, I just want to again thank you for the opportunity to share information and to share my thoughts. I want to also thank you, Miss HPTV and that Negro and cousin, of course, for staying the course. I mean, thank you so much for seeing the need and staying the course. And I'll be praying and also working to push the FBA consortium of information that we get and try to form it into something that will benefit and bless our children.
Yes, indeed. That Negro.
yeah. Wow. Well, I'm already following everyone here, so which is a good sign, anyways. Yeah, I we just got to build too much. If you could text or however I can get that Discord link, I will definitely link up with that. And please, y'all, come to Fund It Socially. There, man, the brilliance in there is crazy.
I'm gonna come back to it. I'm gonna come back to it. I'm gonna come back
Yeah,
to it. I'm gonna
yeah,
investigate it some more. I'm gonna come back to
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. For real, too much. Get in there, and all of us. If you need it, just hit me up, and I'll send you the link. But yeah, I will land right there. Great conversation. Too much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Hey, At.
Thank you too much. I appreciate it. I appreciate speaking to all the panelists that were here today. Cousin Fannie Lou, that Negro is here. And then to shout out to the people in the comments, good or bad. I appreciate you just allowing me to engage in a conversation and even invoke new information. Again, I give all thanks to God who is the head of my life. And I just pray, as Fannie Lou Hamer stated, I am one or two gathered together, there shall God be. So I am definitely in lockstep in that regard. And we're going to get this done. And our liberation is coming in easier.
All
On the
right.
fast track, baby.
All right. I'm gonna jump in here real quick because once cousins speak, we're gonna go ahead and close it out. Make sure y'all check out the music. Too much Moxie with three O's. Too much Moxie. If you like real music with a real message, I need 150,000 streams, y'all. My album is out. I'm telling you, it's the best It's the best ever. It probably should go platinum, but it won't. But get me to 150,000 streams. Check out muchoart.com, wearable art that represents the culture. And also, don't forget the coin. Don't forget the cryptocurrency. Do your due diligence. Understand the blockchain. Go to fbacoin.org and understand the blockchain. Understand the cryptocurrency that we have. Understand the decentralized bank and what we're doing with that cryptocurrency. It's not a regular coin. It's not a meme coin. It has smart contracts attached to it. It actually does something for our community. It's designed to keep money in the black community. This money cannot escape our hands it, as long as you're using this cryptocurrency. It's designed. It's the very design of it is to keep money circulating in the black community. Go ahead, cousin. Close us out, brother.
All right, one more time. I'm going to say it for the audience and thank you, family. And AT, thank you very much for the information. We look forward to its release time so that we can petition immediately. So I want to say again, the new black media would be Professor Black Truth, who does a Monday through Friday moment of truth. The Black Authority, who does a live weekend call-in show, approximately 8 p.m. Moment of Truth is 8 a.m. Vicky, Vicky Dillard, Lisa Cabrera, Afro Elite, Torian Rain, Phil Scott, Too Much Moxie. We and they are the voices that will keep us on code, keep us informed, and keep us moving in the direction that we need to be moving in. I want to say thanks and praise to the Most High for all that He has done and continues to do for us. And say peace to the family.
All right. Peace, love, reparation, and the blockchain. See you
Y'all
guys
have a great
Monday.
day.
Take care. Yep. Everybody take care.
Later, y'all.